I definitely had a blast and would recommend coming to this event the next time it's on. I'm not sure when they'll be on next, but it is a really good event to meet people who
Number 9 of 20, whose phone's gonna ring? Oh, yes! We've got a person, we got a winner, let's give them a round of applause!
With some accent, but now most of you think you're from Greece, so I don't have to pretend that I have an accent. I can speak Greek English, okay? And now we can continue to
the CAPA system, the barrier control. So it's quite a complex system.
It's really cool. Like I learned a lot from them. I also learned a lot of this from
Okay, and now clap your hands.
It's light. Who wants chicken? Okay, so let's go back to dog then. It's only reserved for talks, so I'm not doing it now. Are we ready to?
1 minute.
Okay.
I really want to address the Yeah, I will do something when we can hear. Sorry.
It's Greek. It's Greek people for you.
Hello there. Good morning. Good afternoon, everyone. Have you guys had food? You all have had an awesome lunch somewhere? No? Yes. Okay, was you hungry? Okay, no worries. My name is Michael. I'm helping to organize this. Aris is the organizer in front. He's trying to get this stuff sorted. So how many of you are in Singapore for the first time? Quite a few? Yeah, awesome. First tech conference in 2023. Oh, okay, awesome. For those who are here in Singapore for the first time, welcome to Singapore. And we're here at the VMware office, and this is day 1 of the Cityjs conference. So we will be starting soon. This is the second time they're doing this conference in Singapore. So they have a couple of these Cityjs conferences happening around the world, London, Greece, and a few other places.
Yeah.
And of course, Aris here is the organizer of all the conferences around the world. So he will be sharing a little bit first before we kick off and hear from us on this awesome topic. Yeah. Let's see.
Where's the?
So let's start voting war. So tabs versus space.
How many from Philippines? Okay. How many from Greece? How many from Hungary?
Oh, yeah, me.
So we're the only 2 Europeans. Any Europeans here? Okay, so four of us. We're the minority. So yeah, thank you very much for coming. And my name is Aris. I'm the founder and organizer of Cityjs, and this has been going on for, I don't know, 5-6 years ago. And how many of you are you coming on Friday? Okay, just remember, we have a special discount, 25% off Singapore JS. So you save. It's the first time. And last year it was a smaller scale event, and we only had speakers from around the area. But this year we are bringing, I don't know if you were watching earlier, we were showing a video of Kyle Simpson. How many of you know Kyle Simpson? How many of you read You Don't Know JS? Yes, that's the famous book. And Kyle's going to be doing a workshop tomorrow. And we have a discount there as well for 25% if you use Singapore JS discount code. Sorry, just advertisement. And yes, enjoy the day. It's going to be a long day until 9 o'clock. Your brains is going to go on fire. So, yeah, it's all about JavaScript, isn't it? And Astro.
Yeah.
And we gave the same workshop in London as well. Thomas was there as well. So, yeah, it was a less crowd. I think I'm really excited about Singapore right now.
Yep.
So, yeah, I just pass it to Thomas. Give him a big clap.
Thank you.
Louder. Okay, I'm out of this. Bye-bye.
All right. Thank you. And well, yeah, good afternoon to you all, and thank you very much for being here. Yeah, it's definitely more people than I also expected, which is absolutely amazing. So thank you for taking the time to being here. So quick question, who has heard about Astro before? Okay, a few of you. Who has heard about any other JavaScript framework before? Yeah. Okay. So Astro is, I could put this viciously and say, is yet another framework, yet another JavaScript framework, but I'm going to show you a couple of its features. It's shared.
It's not on screen yet.
Okay, so one sec. Okay, okay, so I need to, I've done this before. Okay. Good?
Yeah.
Okay. So normally this workshop is about two and a half hours long. So obviously the essence of Astro in about an hour. But then I'm also going to give you access to the repository, which has all the readmes and all the information that you need to know, of course, with all the links out to the Astro documentation, and then you can always experiment, run the examples, and just explore Astro for yourself, okay? And also, actually, I can start with that. So I can go to the repository here real quick. Okay, so basically there are a bunch of README files. The title is, Shipless JavaScript with Astro, and these are the couple of learning points that we're going to try to go through together. So setting up a project, defining layout, adding styles, routes, what's the difference between server and API routes, how to do data fetching, and then how to add, some additional stuff like content and images. Obviously, because of the shortened time frame, I don't expect you to get your laptop out and start, typing everything along with me, because that's going to be impossible to do. But then everything that you need to know in terms of, setup is in here. And then for each of the lessons, there are separate README files. So you can then click here, and then you can go through, everything that I prepared. Okay. So that's pretty much it. I can also show you the application, or the final application that I have, which is, let's just do it here. So you will see that I'm not really good at styling. And that's putting it mildly, really. So this is the super styled application that I came up with. Essentially, so when it comes to creating workshops, right, there are two ways that you can do this. And this is, from a presenter's perspective. Do you create one application that revolves around a certain use case, for example, an e-commerce app or or a blog, or do you create something that is driven by a use case, or do you create something which looks like a mess but showcases a lot more features of a given framework? Okay, so this is always a very tough decision to make. The decision I went with is just put everything in here and then show the features of Astro. Okay, so that's why you have blog and fetch and products and all these weird menu items, right? So this is not like a use case driven functional application that you see here. But then basically every single menu item here would be showing a certain feature. I know why that doesn't work. So it will show a certain feature of Astro for you, okay? And then we're going to talk about some of these while I highlight some of the key features of Astro, okay? So what we're going to do is, I'll zoom in here a little bit. So we're going to create our first, essentially, Astro project together. I'm going to be assuming that you have Node.js set up, NPM set up. You can check out all these prerequisites on the Astro docs. I think you need to be Node.js version 14 or 16 plus, yada, yada, yada. Once you have that set up, you can just run npm create Astro at latest, okay? So when you do that, then you're going to be asked a couple of questions. Okay, so Astro is going to welcome you, and then it's going to first ask you a name for the project. Okay, how do you want to name your project? I'm just going to call this live because we're going to do this together live. Okay, then it has a couple of templates. So you could use a blog template if you're building a blog, really useful. You can include some of the sample files that they provide to you, but I'm just going to go with an empty project, okay, because we're going to put together all the bits and pieces. Okay, so empty project, and we want to install the dependencies. Okay, so it does the npm installs, and it's going to ask a couple of questions, such as, do you plan on writing TypeScript or not? Okay, so for that, we're going to say no, but just so that you can also write TypeScript within Astro itself. And this is the best thing in the world of web development, waiting for your npm packages to install. Okay, there we go. So do you plan to write TypeScript? We're just going to say no, just to simplify our lives. And then whether you want to have a new Git repository, yes or no, it doesn't really matter for now. And that's pretty much it, okay? So you now have scaffolded your first Astro project, which looks like this. So, yeah, let's talk about the folders, or at least some of the folders and some of the files, right? So apart from the obvious things like a git ignore and package, .json file, there are a couple of others that are specific to Astro. The first one being the astroconfig.mjs. So this is your Astro configuration file, which we're going to be using to set up a couple of things. But basically, this is the place where if you want to use a plugin from Astro, or you want to use another framework within Astro, which is absolutely possible, and we'll talk about it later on, this is the file where you need to put those, those plugins and all the sort of changes that you want to apply to your Astro project. Public folder just contains an icon, and then of course the source folder is where you would put all your, your content, your pages, your code, right? Now, as you can see, the source folder contains a pages folder, which then in turn contains an index.astro file. So the index.astro file, or much rather, the pages folder is a very important folder in Astro, because Astro uses what I like to call as file-based routing. So if you've used Nuxt.js, if you use Next.js, if you use, I think, Svelte, if you use any of these frameworks where you had to create a file in a folder and then the file became your root, that's the same concept, okay? So essentially what we're saying is that every single file that you put in here is going to become a root, a page in your application, okay? So index.astro currently just returns this very simple HTML with an H1 that says Astro. But let's create another file now, and let's call this about.astro, Astro, S-T-R-O. Okay, and I'm just going to copy exactly the same stuff and just say about page, okay? So how do you start up your project? So let's say, you're now done, you're ready to take a look at your wonderful application. So you just type in npm run dev, which is going to start a dev server on localhost. I'm not sure why that is there, but anyway, localhost 3000. Okay, so you go to localhost 3000. And then you get the H1 Astro, and if you go to /about, then you go to the About page. Okay, so that's what I mean by file-based routing, right? Every single Astro file that you create in the Pages folder will become its own root. And of course, this works with folders as well. So if I were now to create a, I don't know, a folder within the Pages folder called About, and if I were to put 6 Astro files in there, then the paths would be localhost 3000 /about/ and then the names of the files that you put in to that location. Okay, so hopefully that's that makes sense, and it's very straightforward to see what's going on here. So let's take a look at, and let me just, before I do that, let me just open this up on my other screen so that I can actually follow my notes. So the next thing that I want to talk to you about is basically the anatomy of an Astro file. Okay, so how does that, how does it look like? What are these 3 dashes here? How come there's HTML in here and other things? So essentially what Astro does, and it's really an ingenious concept, right? So basically when you run npm run dev, or when you create your final production build, Astro at build time is going to generate HTML files, static files for you. Okay, so there's literally no JavaScript execution, there's nothing. What you get is just an HTML file for every single root that you have specified, and is generated at build time. Okay, now with the .astro files, you can of course use that as a sort of templating system to add some additional logic into your generated HTML page. And as such, I like to think of an Astro file, or a file with a .astro extension, to have at least 2 very distinctive parts. Okay, part number 1 is what you see here, which is the HTML that belongs to this particular page, right? So that's the HTML that the index.astro file will return to us. And this top section here, which you may have seen before if you've done any work with Markdown, so that is what we call front meta. So think of it as sort of metadata or data belonging to the Astro file. Now, what's important to understand is that whatever you put in between these 3 dashes on top of the Astro files is going to be executed at build time in a server-side environment. Okay? And what you put in there is essentially some JavaScript code, or you can put in some JavaScript code in there. Okay, so you can, create variables, you can, call functions, you can do whatever you want, and then essentially that code, just remember this, is going to be executed at the server side when the final project is being built. Okay, which means that if you have some logic up there, which we'll add something there in just a second. So when you have some logic in there and say, it's you create a variable, you assign a value to that variable, then you can also reuse that variable in the HTML or in the templating part of your Astro file. And when you build the project, right? So when you create the final HTML, the build system will then execute the JavaScript, realize, okay, there's some, there's a variable in there, and it needs to evaluate that and put it in your HTML. So your final HTML will not contain that JavaScript code. Okay. Now, the reason why I say that I like to think about this as having 2 distinctive parts, but maybe sometimes 3, is because there could be a potential 3rd part in here, because you could add a script element in here as well. Okay, so you could say script in here, and you could add some sort of JavaScript in there, right? And that JavaScript would then be executed in the client side, right? Just normal JavaScript execution in a script element. But there's a very important difference, which I would like you to understand. So let's create an example. So let's say we're going to create a variable in here, which is going to be saying const today, and we're going to call a new date. And then let's do 2. Actually, let's do get year, or get date. Let's do get date. Okay, so we created a variable. The other question is, how do we then see that variable? How can we use that variable in the HTML file? So what we need to do is, let's do an H2, for example, is to use a syntax very similar to React, right? So you use the curly braces, and this is going to evaluate that. Now, oh yeah, and I have that running, so this now restarts, and then we go back to the main page, hopefully refresh, and now we got 26, which is obviously the 26th of July, right? So that's the, oops, let's put this here, here, like that, okay? So we can get full year, so we get 2023. Now, here's an interesting question for you. So let's assume that you put something, you put your application together, and you want to add a copyright year in the footer of your page, okay? And you say, okay, so the date is new date, get full year, so that works. It returns 2023. Would you use this approach to do that? Would you use this approach, what you see on my screen, to add the copyright year to the footer? Who would use this? No one. Okay, why? What would you do? And why you think you should not do this? Correct. Anyone else? Because he said it quietly enough so that you didn't hear it, which is good. Okay, so remember what I said, right? This JavaScript gets executed at build time, right? Now imagine that you deploy the site on Christmas this year, and then you open it up or someone opens it up in February 2024. What they will see in the footer, if you haven't done another build, is still going to be 2023, right? Because this Java, and this is a very key thing to understand, this JavaScript only gets executed when you create a build of your project, right? So when you create a build, the value of today is going to be replaced to be 2023, and that's it. Okay, that's the HTML that you will get, that you will deploy, that you will use, right? So when you open this page in 2024, it's not going to update. It will only update if on the 1st of January 2024 you do another rebuild, right? So the way to do this would be to, of course, write some client-side JavaScript, right? So you would do exactly the same, but then put that JavaScript in a script element, right? Which then every time when you load the page in the browser will get executed, and then the date will be whatever the year is going to be whatever the year is when you're looking at the page. Does this make sense? Okay. I'm not convinced, but any questions on this? Okay, so just for the last time, overly simplifying this, right? Any JavaScript that you put on the top of the Astro file surrounded by these 3 dashes will be executed at the server side. So it's server-side JavaScript executed when you create a build of your project. Okay? Good. So what are we going to do? Okay, let's tackle this slightly more complex subject here. So a lot of times when you first come across a framework, usually the sample application that people build is a blog, right? So if you take a look at the Gatsby tutorial, it's a blog. There's a blog tutorial for Next, blog tutorial for Nuxt. Everyone's building blog tutorials, so we're going to start with that as well. The only reason why I start with that is purely because so Astro has been around for quite a while, right? So it's been around for at least 3-4 years now, but it's a very big and important release about a year ago, I want to say. So version 2 introduced a couple of breaking changes and a couple of new features to Astro, okay? And one of the new features that they introduced is how you manage content, okay? How you manage Markdown files, how you manage content, how you get basically, you can now manage collections within an Astro project, which makes it very, very easy to create things like blogs or magazines or online publishing type applications. So we're going to put that together now. So what I'm going to do, actually, before we do that, let's talk about one more important thing. Obviously, with how the template looks like now, we have an index file where we have a full-blown HTML file returned, including the HTML element and the head and the body. Then in about.astro, we then have exactly the same. And of course, this is not going to scale, right? Because if I want to, have dynamic data, I want to, insert stuff. I don't want to, at all times, always return full-blown HTML pages, right? So there must be a better way of doing this. And there is a better way of doing this. So what you can do, you can, and I don't think that's required to call it this way, but you could create a folder in here and call it layouts. And you could create layout files. Okay, so let's create one, which is going to be called layout.astro. And then in this layout file, let me just copy this just to save some time, okay? So in this layout file, you basically create the basic layout for your application, right? So there's going to be an HTML element. I will tell you in just a second what this head is. Then there's going to be a body. Then there's going to be a nav, looks like a component. Then you have some div. Then you have a main. And then you have this mysterious thing here called a slot. And then you have a footer as well. So where are all these pieces coming from, right? So what you see here is obviously a layout for your overall page. Now, the one thing that I want to start with is this slot element. So the slot element is basically a special placeholder within an Astro file, and the content of the subsequent pages that will use the layout, the layout that I cleverly named layout. So the files that will use this layout file will basically put their content where you see that slot element. So the slot element is going to be replaced with whatever content is in the index.astro file or in the about.astro file, okay? It's a very similar concept for those of you who used the latest React router. It has an outlet component, right? So the outlet component gets replaced with the content of the individual React routes. So it's exactly the same concept. And you also see these, capitalized things here like a head, a nav, and a footer. So what are those? Now, one of the powerful things as well that you can do in Astro is that you can create these Astro files that can act as components, and then you can export them and you can import them in other files. Okay, so for example, let's take a look at footer. And I'm just going to create another layout file in here called footer.astro. And I can't really spell Astro today, it seems. So Astro. Okay, and I'm just going to copy over the working example. And as you can see, there's nothing, there's no export statements, there's nothing in here, right? It's just footer HTML with some text, and of course, this is client-side JavaScript that I explained to you why you want to have the copyright here done this way. And that's it, right? So you don't need to explicitly export any of this. So as long as you save the file with the .astro extension, it means that in the JavaScript part or in the JavaScript portion of any other Astro file, you can just import it. Okay? So essentially, when I say import footer, what I'm importing and what I'm going to be adding here is this entire content. Okay? That's pretty much it. So let's also do the nav, because that's a fairly straightforward one as well. And in this one, the only difference here is that other than the HTML for the navigation, I also created just a very simple array of objects which contains information about the links, right? And again, because it's a JavaScript variable there inside the front matter part of my Astro file, I can access that inside the template. But when I build this project, it's just going to take, it's not going to use any of the JavaScript, but the full-blown navigation is going to be automatically populated for me. And again, I don't need to do anything. All I need to do is say import head from nav.astro and then use it. Okay, so that's, again, very straightforward. It's very easy to pass around these Astro files. Okay, so what do we have left? We have head.astro, so let's add that because that's a little bit different from the others. And it's different in that it now uses props. So if you've used, who here knows React? Come on. According to every single online statistic, millions of developers use React, so come on. Excuse me. But anyway, so that's the concept of properties, right? So you have a component and you can send data to those components. And the same concept lives in Astro as well. Now, in Astro, the way you do that is, so in my head.astro file, I'm using this built-in object called astro.props. So if you have a component in Astro and you send the data to that component, inside that component, you can access the data that was sent to it by calling astro.props. Okay, and probably it would make sense if I were to put these side by side. Nope. Okay, so this is head.astro and this is layout.astro, right? So in layout.astro, I'm sending a title and the description to the head.astro file, and I'm destructuring the title and the description from astro.props. So astro.props will contain all the data that I send to the head.astro file. Now, again, if you've done React, then you know that you need to kind of do it this way, where you say title is equal to and a value, and the description is equal to a value. You can do that in Astro as well, but you can also simplify that. So if the property attribute is the same as the variable that attribute is the same where you is the same. I'm lost in this sentence now. So let's do this again. So if the attribute name is the same as the variable that holds the value for that attribute, then you can simplify it to just curly brace title. Okay, that's the equivalent of title equals to, description equals to, yada yada, but you can just simplify it. Okay, where does title and description come from? It just comes from here, right? So title is just a title, and description is just a classic description. Now, why did I do it this way as opposed to just saying const title equal to and then a description? So what I'm doing here is, if the layout components gets past a title or a description, I'm going to be using whatever the data is or whatever the data that was sent. But if there's no prop data coming in, then I default to just the title and the classic description. Okay, so this is giving the title and the description values a default value. But if I use the layout file and I say layout title equals to hello there, then the title is going to be hello there. Okay, so it uses a default value here. Okay, so I think, okay, that's it, right? So now we have the layout and okay, so we created this layout. So now let's use the layout itself. And before let's just use it and then see what happens. So how do you use the layout? So as opposed to having this entire HTML structure here, we know that this is now part of the layout, right? So the layout.astro file is going to piece together the head, the navigation, the footer, etc., etc. So we don't need any of this here. All we need to do is call the layout, and we need to import that, of course. I'm going to import layout from layouts and layout.astro, like that. Okay, and now I can use the layout that I created as a component. We can pass it a title property, which will then override the default one if we want to. So we can say, this is the welcome page. And then any content that I put here, where will that go? So it will go to here. Okay, so this slot is going to be replaced by this H1. Now, what am I? So index, yeah, sorry, it's so up from pages into layouts. I'm not sure why that's not finding it, but let's hope that this is going to work. No, it doesn't. Let's save everything. Layout is saved. Head is saved. That's saved. Cannot find module layer. That's from. Is it? No, it's from here. It's one up. Anyone sees this arrow? I don't know, whatever. But you say it's doing it, right? So here's the nav. Obviously, it looks ugly, but we're going to fix that in just a second. And then we have welcome, which now, we don't need to put together the entire HTML. We can just focus on the content. And then, of course, about.astro. Again, all we would need to do is, just use layout and then put the about content in there, and then that's pretty much it. So this is, a lot simpler now. Okay, so let's fix the styling, right? Because it's a little bit ugly. Now, Astro itself has an amazing ecosystem of plugins, okay? So it's very, very easy to integrate, say, Tailwind CSS or any other CSS framework with an Astro project. In fact, you don't even need to install it separately or do anything. All you need to do is npx Astro add and then Tailwind. Okay, and this is going to configure the Astro configuration file. It's going to install the Tailwind CSS dependencies, and it will also generate a Tailwind CSS config file for you. Okay, so it's basically taking care of all the stuff that you need. Okay, so it's going to install all of those. Let's continue. Let's wait for those. And then we'll open up the configuration file just to see the changes that it does. But it will also actually tell you that, hey, this is the lines in green is what is going to add to your Astro config file. Okay, so it actually tells you everything that it does. And so now if you open that up, it basically imports Tailwind from @astro.js Tailwind, and it adds it into an integrations array. Okay, and now your project is configured to use Tailwind. Okay, so technically now, now we get to this beautiful 2023 UI design that I put together. Okay. So much more to talk about. So let's talk about content, and let's talk about the collection stuff that they added in version 2. So the way, so as of Astro version 2, there's a special folder that is reserved for adding content, okay? And that is called content, okay? So the content folder, and there's another reserved name. I think assets and content are two reserved folder names in Astro that you can't use for other purposes. So let's say you want to build a blog, right? So you create a content folder, and in this content folder, you can now create subfolders. So let's say this is going to be the blog, and I'm also going to add in the content folder a config.ts file. Now the config.ts file is going to look like this. I'm just going to copy paste this and explain this to you. So how many of you have heard of this thing called Zod? One, two, a couple of you. Okay, so you can research this, right? So where is it? Zod. Okay, this one. It is a TypeScript first schema validation with static type inference. Okay, so basically think of it as a way for you to do type checking or use TypeScript for a schema of some sort. So behind the scenes, Astro uses this. That's why we import Z. That's Zod, which basically allows you to create a schema for your content collection. Okay, so let's say that you're producing articles, and every article you specify that every article should have a title, an author, a date, and a description. And then you can now enforce data types for that. So you could say, okay, the title should always be a string, author can be a string, the date should be a date, the description should be a string, and of course, you can use multiple data types, right? So you could say, what if the blog posts have a draft property, which is a Boolean, then you would say draft Z Boolean or bool or whatever it is. Okay, you could check for integers, arrays of things, and this whole thing is documented in Astro's website with links out to the Zod documentation. But basically with this, what you're saying is that every single content file that you want to use in this blog must conform to this schema. Okay, so let me bring over the actual content files as well, which I will put in the blog folder. Okay, it's just going to be 3 posts. So what we're saying is that every single markdown file in here must have those properties that you have specified, adhering to the data types that we have specified. Okay, so again, this is a markdown file. This is the front matter part of your markdown file. And we say title, author, date, description, right? These are exactly the same things that I've specified here. And the date is a real date. The author is a string. The title is a string, so on and so forth. Okay? And then notice the last 3 lines in this config.ts file. I just say export cons collections, blog, and then blog collections. A blog collection is basically the schema definition that you see here. So what that means is that basically I can create a collection, I can define a schema for a collection, but there's nothing stopping me from defining multiple collections. So maybe a more use case driven scenario for this would be a situation where you have a developer blog, but you have an enterprise, marketing type of blog. Now you could specify 2 different collections, right? So maybe the technical articles have this schema, but the other type of articles that you want to use within your Astro project will have a different schema, okay? More or less or different in any shape or form. And now all you need to do is just say, const another block collection equals to define collection, define the schema, and then just make sure that you export it to, add it to this collections export. You say marketing block colon, and then the new collection. Now, the question is, why would you do all of this? Unsupported file types found, prefix with an underscore to ignore. Yeah. Whatever. So why you would want to do this? So let's create a new root, and let's call that posts.astro. I'm just going to copy paste again, okay? And I'm missing, I don't know why it keeps on saying that layout is not there. Restart. Doesn't matter. So, Astro colon content is something, well, actually we saw that here, so I didn't say that, but it's here as well. So Astro colon content is something that was added to Astro version 2 and above. Okay, so this is one of the new things that they added in version 2, which basically exposes this get collection method, which directly allows us to tap into the collections that we have created. Okay, so remember we created a collection in here called blog collection, which we export on a property called blog. So in any given file, I can now call the built-in get collection function or get collection method and just reference the collection that I want. And Astro is automatically going to give us the content from the folder that also matches the collection. Okay, so my collection here matches the name of the folder where all my markdown files are, plus it matches the collection property here. And putting these 2 things together, what that means is that the posts variable is going to contain all the information about the posts, plus some additional metadata that Astro adds to the posts. Now, what does Astro add as additional metadata? Things like the slug, right? The actual, so they auto-generate the slug based on, I think, the title, or is it the file name? I can't remember. So yeah, they automatically generate the slug for you. So that's not part of the actual markdown files, right? There's nothing in here that says slug is, title to the post or whatever. And as such, you can access that. And if you do post.data, then you will have access to basically all the properties that you have in your markdown files, which must match the schema that you have specified here as well. Okay? Is this clear so far? Oh, hopefully. Okay. So if I just leave it as it is and go back here, if we now go to blog, I now get the titles, right? So these are the titles of the 3 articles that we have. Okay, so first post, second post, third post, first one, second one, and all blight is the third one. Now, of course, if I click on it, nothing is going to happen, because if you take a look here, the link, and it's also very important to point out at this point, is that usually when it comes to other front-end frameworks, clicking on a link, you usually need to use a link component of some sort, right? So React Router has a link component, Next.js uses a link component, or they used to use a link component, I think. In Astro, there's no link component, right? If you want to go from one page to the other, you just need to use the good old HTML anchor element. Okay, that's it. There's no need to bring in an additional component that links, that provides you with, you know, a way to navigate from one page to another. And as such, all I need to do is say href posts and posts.slug, right? And then slug, if you look here, does this work? Yes. Okay, is based on the name of the file, okay? And that's automatically generated by Astro. I didn't have to come up with it, right? And it's doing it because it uses this built-in get collection and all the mechanisms inside Astro content. Now comes the interesting thing. I now want to display the article. I want to display the content of the article. So how do I do that? Well, based on what I said, you know, every single page that I want to use should go into the pages folder. But then now I would have to create a folder called posts, right, which we can actually do. And now I would have to create 3 different Astro files to display the 3 different components, 3 different articles. What if I have 1,000 articles? I'm not going to create 1,000 individual Astro files to handle all the cases for the 1,000 blog posts. So what you can do is create a sort of like a catch-all type root, which you define with square brackets like that. And then you do dash, 3 dots. You call it, say, slug.astro. And what this means is that essentially, if you've worked with Express and other Node.js frameworks, this is the concept of like a root parameter, right? So basically, this is going to catch localhost 3000 /post/ whatever you put in there. Whatever you put in there is going to be available in Astro as a slug. Okay, so it's pretty much capturing all the potential scenarios. Now, of course, we need to write some code in here, which again, I'll just quickly copy and paste, and then we're going to go through this together. And I need to create, because I created a separate layout file for just the blog itself. Okay, so let me just quickly add that. So this is called blog layout.astro, and then I think that reference is post header, which you can then review this later in the GitHub. It's just a couple of more post header.astro, which is going to be a couple of more, and I have a utils file, which okay, let's add that quickly as well. Nope, utils, and then this is inside utils.ts or JS. Okay, I'll tell you what this does in just a second. Okay, good. Let me just test this real quick. Cool. So there's a couple of things to unpack here. So let's try to do that real quick. So the most important thing here is this one. Export async function get static paths. So think about it this way. Astro, the default behavior of Astro is to generate HTML at build time. Now you created a root that has endless amount of possibilities, right? Endless number of cases to handle. How can Astro generate static HTML pages for an endless number of roots? It can't, right? So what you need to do, you need to tell Astro that, hey, for this root, these are the potential routes that I have. This is what you should generate. And that's what getStaticParts is doing. So now if we distill this line by line, we again get all the posts, right? So we get all the posts from the block collection. We iterate through that. And then notice that we return params where we send the slug, and we just take the individual, maybe I should have called this post. So right, that's an entry is an individual post, which then has the slug again. So I'm just sending params. I'm just sending a slug parameter, which is the actual slug value. Now, why am I sending a slug parameter? Because that's how I named this file. So if I would have named this sort of route to be triple.abc, then I would need to say that the param is abc. Okay? But with this, essentially what I'm saying is that for this particular catch-all route, these are all the potential entries, and this is how you find them, and this is where you get the slug entries from. So it knows that in this case, there's only 3 HTML files that it needs to generate at build time. Okay? If there would be 1,000, it would go through 1,000 of them, and it would generate 1,000 HTML files for you. And the other very interesting thing is this one here, where basically, so entry is received as a prop to this slug file, right? So we pass props to the Astro file programmatically using getStaticParts. Entry is nothing more than just your entire markdown content. Furthermore, and this is again new in, remember, this is new in Astro version 2 and above, Astro content exposes a built-in component and built-in Astro component called content, which is equal to entry.render. So entry.render is pretty much going to take your markdown file, render it into HTML, and expose it as just a content, what you call it, like a content component. Okay? So the content component is going to be, in this case, replaced by your markdown, which has been rendered into HTML. Okay, so just to demonstrate this, what I also like to do, so for Tailwind CSS, we can set up so Tailwind CSS has a typography plugin. So I think it's npmi at Tailwind, yeah, Tailwind CSS typography. And this means that, so I don't know how many of you have used that, but basically it can apply styles to generated markdown files. So it's really easy to use. You go to your Tailwind config and you say require at Tailwind CSS typography. And now putting all of this together means that I'm not running the project, that now the markdown file is going to be actually styled as well. Okay, so this is essentially the markdown content in our React project, right? React project. Where am I? Is this a React workshop? No. So in our Astro project. Okay, so in Astro files. Okay, and that's it. So basically, to render HTML for markdown, to get the slugs, to then do all these routes, is pretty much about 3 or 4 steps in Astro. Okay, you don't need to worry about, how do I take my markdown, how do I translate that to HTML, so on and so forth. And if I do, just to show you, if I do a production build, I think it's that. You see how the source pages post slug, it actually creates all these 3 index.html files for us. Okay? And that is because in getStaticParts, we told it what are the potential values, right? So now it generated those. So now there's a dist folder. If you go into posts, for post, index.html, if you take this entire file, everything is in here, right? There's no additional JavaScript execution that needs to happen. All the content is here. All the styling is here. Everything is in that file. Okay, so now you could literally take this folder now and put it to GitHub pages, and it would look and feel exactly how you saw it on my machine. Okay. All right, so npm run dev. Okay. How much time do I have left? Because I know I was supposed to finish at 3, but then did we start 10, 15 minutes later? Am I good with another 15 minutes? 20, 25? Okay, another 15 minutes? Yes. Ha, next speaker. I don't know where you are, but sorry. Okay, cool. So, okay, there's no way I can show you everything that I have prepared in 15 minutes. So let's cherry pick a couple of things. Okay, let's do. Oh, there's just so many cool things with Astro. Okay, Astro also has server endpoints. Okay, so let's actually put this together. So I'm just going to copy paste a couple of things in here. So, I didn't tell you what utils is doing. Okay, so utils, I use this as a helper, right? So I'm a big fan of using browser native or using JavaScript native APIs and things. And one of the newest things is the internationalization API in JavaScript, which has this thing called relative time formatting. And relative time formatting means that it can translate a date into something meaningful like this, right? So as opposed to saying that this post was posted on, 2nd of January 2023, it can actually transform that into saying 5 months ago, yesterday, a year ago, etc., etc., etc. Okay, so the utils.js is basically just taking the time and then returns the formatted or the reformatted version of the date. Okay, and also notice that you have the language options. So if I now change this to ES, right? So let's see the Spanish version. Then it's now going to literally speak Spanish, right? So instead of saying 5 months ago, it says the Spanish version of that. Okay, so it's really, really nice. I never actually tried with Chinese or Thai. That's right. What's the language code? Is it TH? The two TH. Okay. I don't know if this is going to work. Does that work? I don't know. Is that? Yeah. Okay. It could have been an insult and whatever. I never tried Chinese. Or is it ZH? Is it Z? Okay. I don't know who speaks China, but does it work? I guess it works. Okay. So it's really good, right? And there's no third-party dependencies or anything. This is just JavaScript. But anyway, let's put that back to English. Cool. So what did I want to talk about is, okay, utils. Okay, so I'm going to create a fake database here. Okay, so this database is going to be a database of products. Okay, sunglasses and shoes. And I am going to then create. You know what? Since I have now 13 minutes, let me, as opposed to type, let's bring this over, which is the final project, and let me just walk you through it because I can't type and talk fast enough, I think. Okay, so Astro has, as I said, server endpoints. Okay, so what I've done, I created a fake database, and then I created an API folder. So if you create an API folder and the files that you put in here will be exposed as REST API endpoints, essentially. Okay, so products.json.ts is basically going into my fake database, and it's just going to call the list products function, which is returning the products. Okay, so it's going to return just this. But what's really, sorry, let me stop this project, and then let's go here and npm run this one. So what that means is that now on localhost 3000, I can actually make a GET request. So I say export const get, which is going to say if someone comes to localhost 3000/products using the HTTP method of GET, then do something. And what it's going to do, it should just return me some some product data. Okay, so let's go here, create a new request, local 3000 / API / products. Products.json, I think, as well. Products. Connection was refused by the server. That should work. Okay, so let me check this again. Get localhost 3000 / let's check the implementation of it, shall we? Yeah, you see it is /API /products. Localhost 3000 / API /products.json. Connection was refused by the server. So theoretically, there's something running there that should return something. Okay, I don't know why it's not returning that. That doesn't matter. And basically the same rule applies, right? So notice that another endpoint that I have here is square bracket id.json.typescript, or you could put .js there as well. It doesn't really matter. But what this is going to do is going to take the ID as a changeable parameter. So you could call local 3000 / API /1 / 2 / 16 / ABC is going to basically capture all the situation, all the possible options that you have. Notice that you can handle HTTP GET, you can handle HTTP POST, put, patch, delete as well. The caveat is you can't, the method is not going to be called delete, because that's a built-in keyword in JavaScript and TypeScript. So you would, if you need to handle the HTTP delete, you need to call that DEL. So you would say export const DEL and then write the logic for the delete function. Now, because you've created this API endpoint, it means that from within your Astro project, in an Astro file, you can actually go and make a fetch request, right? So all you need to do is fetch, and I'm using astro.url.origin, which is always going to return the server where your Astro project is running, whether that's local 3000 or something else, /API /products. And now you have access to your products, and inside your template, you can now do whatever you want with it. Okay, it's really, really nice. So now if I go to products via API, I don't know why it's not showing me the actual raw JSON data, but you can see it works, right? This is the data that you see here in the UI comes from API products /JSON, right? So it basically comes from this file here. Okay, so that's what gets invoked. Okay, does that make sense? Now, here's an interesting situation. So let me show you this other file called fetch.astro, which basically has this JavaScript here where I take a random number, anything between 1 to 16, and I go out to this Star Wars API. It's an open API where /API /people /number will at random times return a Star Wars character. Okay, so if I now, and that's implemented in the fetch example. So if I fetch, we're going to make that API request, and then Astro is hopefully going to generate, inform or return data from. Refresh this. It's going to make another fetch request. Since it's randomized, it's going to pick another character and then display that. Now, what happens if I build this project? If I create a production build of this project, will I always get the same character, or will I always get a different character? And I reach the page. Let's imagine I created the build. I go to 3000 /fetch. Will I see R2D2, or will I see someone else? Always the same. Why? Because even though this is randomized, at build time, it's going to run this. It's going to pick a random character, and that's it. That's going to be the character that we will put into the HTML, okay? And that's good, but it means that there's a significant shortcoming for situation when you want to display something that is highly changeable. And this is where this API-based stuff is coming into play. Now, imagine that you have some product listings. You have current stock. You have 12 and 25 shoes. Now, someone purchases something. It's that. How do you then tell Astro that, hey, you should update, so next time you use a page or someone else loads the page, it shouldn't show 12 and 25 because that is no longer true. Okay, so now if I something, I refresh, ooh, it went down, interesting. So let's purchase a couple of more things. Oh, the stock goes down. So how is that possible? So that is possible. And this is where Astro, I think, takes everything to the next level. And just really quickly to this, in the configuration file or Astro, you can specify this called output server. Output server in the configuration file is going to fundamentally change how Astro works. So Astro's default behavior is take the JavaScript that's on top, run it, build the HTML at build time, and send you or produce the final HTML, right? We've been through this a couple of times by now. If you, in the configuration file, put output server, you basically eliminate that behavior, and Astro will become a server-side rendered project, server-side rendered application. So once you do this, everything in Astro is going to be server-side rendered. It will no longer generate the static HTML for you. Now, you're probably thinking, well, that's a bit stupid because there are situations where server-side rendering is needed. This one, right? So that's why this works. Every time I purchase and I do a refresh, it's because now Astro, on every refresh, it regenerates the page of the server side and displays whatever the latest information is based on the stock count. By the way, this is all faked and statically done, right? So purchase a list of products statically set, and then purchase something just randomly removes numbers, okay? But it proves that Port is now doing server-side rendering. But then for home page, do I need server-side rendering on here? No. So you tell Astro that I don't want you to do server-side rendering. So for every single page that you don't want to server-side render, the first thing that you need to put in the front matter part of the Astro file is this: export const pre-render equals to true. So now Astro will take a look at this and will say, okay, I'm going to pre-render or statically generate this page, and all the other pages where you put the pre-render true, if you don't put it, then I server-side render. Okay, so that's why in products API, which uses the purchase thing, you see, I don't have the static rendering or the pre-render true, because I want this to be server-side rendered. Okay, this is really cool. So I have about 3 minutes. So a couple of more features. Astro can do fetch requests. Astro can make GraphQL queries via the fetch API. Astro integrates with a large number of headless CMSs, so it integrates with Contentful and many others. In my example, and that's the example that is probably not going to work for you, so don't worry about it. I created a Strapi headless CMS instance locally on my machine, and then Strapi exposes, data via an endpoint, and that's what you see here. So probably you will need to set up Strapi and everything for this particular page to work. So probably that won't work for you. And here comes the absolutely mind-blowing thing, yet another one. So in an Astro project, you can use any component coming from any other front-end framework. Okay, so here's an example for you. And when I say any other, there's like limits, obviously, but React is one of them. So React is good, Vue is good, and there's others, I can't remember which one. But here's an example, right? So in the components folder here, I have a JSX file. This is a React component. Okay, this is 100% a React component written in React using Swiper, which is a React dependency for doing like swipe animations, taken from a project that I created in React. I brought it over. I didn't enable the React plugin in Astro. And now I can just use that React component as a normal component within my Astro project, okay? Now, there are a couple of directives, so please be aware of these. There's client, there's like 5 or 6 options, okay, on how do you want to load this particular external component. I went with client visible, which is even going to be more awesome. So if you go to the React menu item, you kind of don't see anything, but if you scroll, here it is, right? So this is now the React component that works with Swiper, okay, inside Astro. But what does this client visible mean? What that means is that the React-based, no throttling, the React-based JavaScript is only going to load. Notice there's nothing React-y in here, so I'm just going to clear this. It will only load if the component in question becomes visible in the viewport. That's when the React-based stuff gets loaded, okay? So there's like a lot of things that you can do. You can also define the loading based on what is the CS container queries, CSS queries. So you can do something like if the actual element is visible, or if it's if you are in a mobile view, then don't load the JavaScript for it. There are lot of other loading mechanisms. And then the last thing that I'll show you, and I'll shut up, I promise, image optimization. So a very important addition to Astro is that as of version 2, they have a built-in image component, which basically allows you to automatically optimize your images. So that means you have a 2 megabyte JPEG, you just put it into an Astro image component, and it will optimize it and transform it to like a 300 kilobyte WebP, or using the next generation image formats. Very important thing to note with that one, and I don't want to get into the weeds of that, but essentially Astro defaults on lazy loading the images using their built-in image component, which is counterproductive if you are keen on having a good performance core. So there's Core Web Vitals as a performance metric. One of the metrics is largest contentful paint. Largest contentful paint elements, if it's an image, your goal is to load it as soon as possible. Now, if you use the built-in image component from Astro to load your image, and that image is the largest element, because it's lazy loaded, you kind of shoot yourself in the foot, right? Because you're prolong the load time for the largest element. So just be mindful of that, right? So you can switch that off. The other side, what you see here is Cloudinary, which is where I work and where he works. So this is the last thing I'll show you, I promised you. So obviously image optimization is one thing, right? And it's great to have optimized images, faster load times, etc., etc. But you can really take that to the next level. So these examples that you see here are using some of Cloudinary's features. Now, this one is a much larger image. I'm just going to have to show it this way, which basically finds the face automatically. And if I remove all these sort of, options, then you will see that this is how the original image looks like. But I can tell Cloudinary to crop this image to be 200 and 200, or 200 by 200, and then, where is it, whatever, and then find the face, and it's going to crop around the face. Even cooler than that, here's a wonderful picture of a kitchen, and if I now go into my Astro code, by the way, please don't use this Cloudinary component that I created, because it's just been hacked together for the demo, so it's not really, please don't use that. So AI cropping is set to true. So what that means is that you can actually crop parts of an image. So you could take a kitchen and you can say, create a crop around the microwave, the oven, the sink, and many, many other things, right? I'm not going to demo that to you, but just know that that's possible. And last but not least, here's this t-shirt. And it seems like this has been printed, on the t-shirt itself. Now, this is just using an effect in Cloudinary called not distortion, it's a stupid name, very similar to distortion. Wait, it's called displacement. It's a displace effect. And all I need to do is, as opposed to saying Singapore, I'm going to say Cityjs in here. Wait for this to load, and now it looks like Cityjs has been written on the t-shirt. Furthermore, I can take this Singapore logo and I could replace this with the Cityjs logo. And all I need to do is find the ID for that, which I'm sorry, I forgot. It's been uploaded to my Cloudinary account, but I can't remember the name of the file. So let's just find that and then try to apply that to here. So it is called Cityjs dash. So Cityjs dash logo dash tr. Okay, and now, where is it? Refresh. And now the Cityjs logo is overlaid, okay? And it just feels naturally, printed on the body. So there's a lot of things that you can do with Astro. I'm really done here, I think. Any questions? Maybe one or two questions. When does he stop? Yes.
When would we not use Astro gas? When would it be?
Never. I don't know. I think when I used to say when you do a lot of server-side stuff, but because of the server-side routing and because the hybrid rendering, they kind of eliminated that, because now you can just do server-side render everything, and it's just I don't know. I'm yet to hear about a project where it's not useful.
Does it operate the same like Remix, where it's sort of also split appliance server type thing, or it's different?
No, so the approach here is it takes, so the default behavior is, statically generate every single page to a point where you can literally go into DevTools and say disable JavaScript and it will still work, which pretty much means that the page load is going to be super performant, because there's no relying on, there's no time that you spend to download the JavaScript, to parse it, to compile it, hydrate the whole page. It just doesn't exist in Astro as a concept. Of course, if you use server-side rendering, it does, but otherwise, it's just going to, the default is pure HTML. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your attention. Hopefully this was enjoyable. I think on the Cityjs website, you have my details, so feel free to connect on LinkedIn. Side note, if you connect on LinkedIn, tell me where we met, because you will be like 230th unknown connection in the list. So just tell me that you've been in the workshop, and then if you have any follow-up questions, please let me know, and I'll be more than happy to help you out. All right, enjoy the rest of the day, and thank you.
This one, right?
Yeah, you need to wear both.
Yeah.
I need to wear both.
Both. Yeah, because
Okay.
this is for the speaker and this is for the recorder.
Got it. I can just put it here, right? I don't need to wear it on my.
Yes, as long as you're not walking around.
Yeah. Then have you joined through the URL?
Have you given him the URL?
This one, right?
Okay, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
do I get to project my laptop or it will automatically project everything?
Wait, just now the speaker used the HDMI, right?
HDMI.
Okay. Use the connectors here.
Yeah. It's okay, I have HDMI. It has HDMI.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. Okay. Can anyone hear me? I'm audible, right? Okay. Do I press allow or? Okay.
Yes, tomorrow. Yes. There in the next platform.
Okay.
Oh, 7:30 there, yes. We open breakfast at 9. Thank you.
Share screen.
Share screen. Where do I share screen? Is it this one? Oh, where do I share screen? Accept all, right? Okay.
Percent? Is that percent? Yes. Bottom.
I see. Okay. Share screen. Got it. I'll just share. Okay. There we go. Yeah, okay. So let's start. So I'm just asking my friend here what to do because I'm quite scared of doing talks and stuff. So yeah. So my name is BJ. I'm from Vonage. Let me just open my short presentation here. Okay. So what you saw here is that me interacting with basically ChatGPT. So we've integrated ChatGPT into Facebook Messenger via Vonage. So what is Vonage? So let's just do a shameless plug of my company. Okay. Okay. So this is my workshop. And yeah, I'm part of Vonage Communications API. So we're basically what is the Vonage Communications API? So yeah, we have APIs basically for communications and stuff. So we have a lot of developers. Okay, I think we have so much echo. Can we lower down the gain? Sorry. Okay. One moment. Technical difficulties. Do I lower it down or okay? Hello. This one is okay. This one is not working. Hello. So yeah.
Yeah, that one's very soft.
Okay, so I'll just clip it here. Hello. Okay, I think that's better. Okay, so yeah, so Vonage Communications API, of course, it's an API platform. We have a bunch of developers with us. library has tons of installs, and we have SDKs for most major platforms. These are hello. Okay, so it's gone. Okay, can you still hear me? I can just shout if it's broken or something. So these are basically our customers. There's a bunch. I won't go exactly like every one of those. So what do we offer? We offer voice, we offer video APIs, we offer verify APIs, SMS sending, social messages, emails, in-app e-commerce and such. So yeah, if you've heard of like I don't know, Nexmo, so that's basically us now. So Nexmo became Vonage and stuff. So yeah, so that's the shameless plug. Okay, so what do you need to do if you want to follow coding with me? What you would need is, of course, a Vonage account, an OpenAI account, a Node.js environment, preferably version 18. If you have something lower, version 14 and up, you may need to install Node Fetch, an ID of your choice. And for this workshop, just to make things easier, because I know the time is limited and stuff, I've hosted a blow-by-blow document here. Oops. So you can open that file. You can open this page. What you'll see is this one. Basically, it's the workshop in Markdown format, and everything would be there. I'll just follow this as well. So if someone can't understand some of what I'm talking about, or I'm going very fast, they can just look at this when you're home, and you can do the coding from there. Okay, so let's start. The first thing that we have to do is, of course, you need to have your Vonage account. So you can go to, I'll just do this very fast so we can focus on the development part. You can go to vonage.com. You can go to developer.vonage.com. Then you go to API dashboard, and you can, I'll just log out. And you can sign up from here. Okay. Or you can sign up here for free. Okay, there. Sign up. Then I'm still logged in. Anyway, if you click after you click sign up, oh, I'm not being shared. Okay. It's on the other screen. One moment. Where is it? This one. Yeah. Okay. There we go. Okay, so you can go to developer.vonage.com, and you can sign up. I'll just log out again so everyone can see. Okay, go back to homepage, Vonage homepage, and you can sign up using this link. Okay. As I mentioned before, I've prepared this one MD files that was online. You will go, if you go there, you'll see the workshop guide, basically what I'm going to be using. And you can also go to the last page, and you'll have a promo code for Vonage. So if you sign up, you get 10 euro credits. So that should be enough for like testing the APIs and stuff. Okay, so let's go and start back again, because I was not sharing earlier. Okay, so as mentioned, you need to have your Vonage account. The procedure is here. You can just follow the MD file. I will not go through this because this will take too much time, and we have limited time. So basically, after you've signed up, you just have to create applications. It's also here. Then after creating an application, You know what? Let's just do that. That should be quick enough and something that is very integral to what we're doing. How do I angle this? Okay. So if you go to applications after you created your account, once you're here, network error. Okay. Okay, now it wants me to sign in. Sign in. Okay. Log in. Okay, now if you go to applications, you can create an application here. So what's a Vonage application? So basically, if you want to use your API, you can have separate applications for different purposes. So example, for this workshop, we're going to have a separate application. You can create one here. You name it. Let's call it the chat GPT workshop of some sort, right? And in this workshop, what we need is our messages API. So for the capabilities, you just have to turn that on. And so basically, these are the webhooks. Okay, so your application will receive messages from, example, what we're going to be using here is Meta's Messenger. And webhooks is where our platform would send those messages. So for here, let's just put a placeholder since we don't have a running server yet. So let's put, I cannot see that. Place HTTPS placeholder.com or something like that. So it's just a placeholder. So you cannot save the page if you don't have these things here. Those are required as denoted by that asterisk there. Now that you're here, let's also create a public and private key. So you would need this later once you try to instantiate the Vonage library. Okay, so let's just click that, and it will download a private key. So this one is important. You have to remember that where this file is, because we would need that file later. Okay, so once you have that, and once you have this, let's just go save that first. Okay, create my application, and now you have that application. So it's already here. Things to remember here. We have to take note of the application ID. You have to save this. We will use this later. And the API key. So we need 3 informations here. First is the private key that we downloaded, the application ID, and the API key. Okay? Let's move to the next one. So after we have this, you would also need your OpenAI API key. Okay, let's go to openai.com. Okay, so same procedure. You have to sign up. They give you free. I think it's now $5 free credits. Before it was like 20 or something, but yeah, okay. So now, example, you've signed up and you have an account. I'll just log in. Okay, so now I'm logged in. So once you're at this page, you have to go to API. I know most of you would like to go ChatGPT or DALL-E, generate images, ask stupid stuff and such, but you have to go to API because this is what we're going to be using to connect this to our Vonage platform. So once you're here, you have to go way back there and go to, where is that? I cannot. Okay, sorry. It's very hard to read. Okay, view API keys. Okay, I was not able to see that. Okay, if you click this one, you'll go here and you can create your new API key here. So if you create one here, just remember that you would only see this once. Okay, so copy it, don't lose it. If you lose it, you have to go back here and create a new one. Name your API key, whatever name you want, then just click generate. Okay, let's say create new one, new key or something. Create a key, and remember to copy this. Okay, this says you will be able to view this to view that key again. I mean, yeah, it's standard because it's your secret key, and you have to keep that a secret. Okay, done. And okay, now let's go to the coding part. Okay, so basically everyone here is doing the Cityjs thing, so we'll code this in Python. Okay. No one laughed. Okay, never mind. I will not say any jokes anymore. So right now, if you're following the, where is that? This page, this MD file. So we're done with signing up for Vonage and we're done creating open API key. Then let's just go next. So next part is linking your Facebook page. Okay. So you have to link your Facebook page because you have to use that to send messages. If you don't do that, then you won't receive any messages from Facebook. So let's go back to our application view. So once you're here, the first thing that you have to go to is, okay, let's go to external accounts first. As you can see, Vonage offers connections with WhatsApp, Viber, and Facebook Messenger. So in this workshop, we're going to be opting for Facebook Messenger because most people have Facebook. Go to Facebook Manager, go to Facebook Messenger, and we press connect a Facebook page. So in here, it's very simple. You log in with your Facebook account. After you log in, it will show this login thing. Same old Facebook login pop-up. Once you logged in, you can select your pages here. Okay, let's just go log in. See, continuous this one. Then you'll see the page here that you manage. So one of the prerequisites with this one is that you need to have a Facebook page. So I think that everyone here knows how to create a Facebook page in Facebook anyway. So I'll be skipping that step. So once you have that, you click your page and you basically press complete setup. I think this will result in an error because this is already linked. Okay, because this is already linked. So now after you've linked that page, you go back to your applications, the application that you've created. For this one, I will use this. So I'll just show you that in the link socials, you can link or unlink any of the pages that you've added on your external account. So you can see here that, okay, this page is already linked to my application. Okay, now that's the setup. Every setup is now almost done. We have to go back to our steps here. The next thing that you have to do, okay, blah, 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 blah. We initialize Node.js and our dependencies and our Express boilerplate. So this, for most JavaScript developers, this would be a very common sight. So it's just an Express application. And you can just, if you're viewing here and you're following me coding, you can just copy the code, press copy, and just paste that in your IDE. So this one is very simple. We just initialize Express, and we define two endpoints. Wait, I think I'm missing something. Okay, let's go back up. Okay, so I'm missing this. Okay, so for those of you who are not familiar with Node, I don't know who won't be familiar with Node, but anyway, so you have to initiate your environment. We're using ES6 since the ChatGPT library uses ES6. Okay, so you just put npm init ES6, and these are the libraries that we're going to be using. Very, very sparse library. So you have Express, you have the ChatGPT library. This is the Vonage Server SDK. And in this workshop, we're going to be using local tunnel. So what's local tunnel? If you know ngrok, basically it's the same. The good thing is local tunnel, you can put inside the code and you can run it there. It's this part, okay? So now this is the boilerplate. As I mentioned, you initialize Express, you define our port. We're going to be running it on port 3003 for this one. We have two endpoints. Actually, we have the root one, but yeah, no one really goes there. Anyway, we have our callback endpoint and our inbound messaging endpoint. Okay, then we're starting that server port 3003, and we're also starting our local tunnel. Okay, now once you run this code, for the subdomain, it's up to you. Be creative and stuff. Save the file, app.js, run the code. So once you run the code, it would say something like this. Okay, starting server port 2003, and the app is available at this publicly available domain. Now, remember, in our application, go to application, click edit. We used placeholders here, right? So now that you have your publicly accessible domain, now you can create your proper webhook URLs. So you just concatenate the endpoint that we created here to the publicly available domain, and you have your inbound messaging webhook and your callback webhook, and you just put that in your inbound URL here, and for the status URL, you put your callback. Okay. After you've done that, you just press save changes. Okay, now we have those, and we have implemented our boilerplate. The next thing that we're going to be using, what is it back here? Let's go to our. Okay, the next thing that we will be doing, okay, is receive a message from Messenger. Okay, now it's a bit more exciting because finally we're going to be doing something. Okay, next. So let's just modify the previous boilerplate with a bit of code. So the part in orange is basically the thing that we change. So what are we doing here? So once we receive a callback on our callback webhook, we can now get whatever is Messenger's sending us. So we can get who it's from, who it's going to be sending to, and basically the body of the text. Let's try that, okay? Let's go to our app.js. This is what? Step 4. Okay, this is receive a message in Messenger. Okay, so because I am so lazy, I already created a bunch of steps. The codes are already here. So this one is receive a message. That's number 2. Let's go and run that. Oops. Steps 2. Okay. So this is the same code that we have on our MD file. Now that we have that, we can send a Facebook message. Where is my cursor? There it is. Okay. Yeah, there we go. Let's just split this a bit, okay? So we can see everything that's happening. One moment, split that there, and split that here. Split, okay. Okay, where did you go? Why did you go there? Why does Mac doesn't implement very nice window managing functions? Okay, so now let's go back here, and you can see that I'm already running the application here. So it says apply available at this. Now I will ask ChatGPT, or not actually ask because there's no ChatGPT yet. I will just say, I don't know, hi or something. And you can see here that, okay, now we're receiving message from Messenger. Okay, so that's great. Now we go to the next step. Once we have the message from Messenger, that I think the next thing that we have to do is, we initialize ChatGPT and the Vonage libraries. Okay, So these are the code that we're going to be adding. So just remember, previously we have the API key from Vonage, we have the application ID, we have the private key, and we have the Open API key as well, right? Open API key. So those things we have to put, we have to put here. So we just copy this part of the code first. I'll show you the code. One moment. Okay, so that would be initialized, this one. And this is it. So you can put your the API key, basically the stuff that you've had saved before. So one thing to note here is the private key. So the private key here is the path of where your private key is. So if you've downloaded the private key, you've saved it somewhere, the one thing you can do is just copy the file here in your root working directory, or you can open that file and just copy paste the content here. So you would have your private key here. Okay, let's do that. Because as we can see here, I don't have any of my values here. So I'm just going to cheat and just copy it from here because I know it's here. It's the same values. I'll just copy this. Okay, and put that here. Okay, so now if we run this code, actually, if you run this code, nothing will happen because we're just initializing ChatGPT and Vonage, right? So nothing really will happen if we run this code, as I've explained here in my MD document. So we move next. The next one is a bit more exciting again, because now we're going to be asking ChatGPT to send us a response. So how do we do that? In our inbound messaging, we're just going to be adding not one, but okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 lines of code, which basically sends the message that we received from Messenger to ChatGPT. Okay, so remember, after we've initialized our Vonage using the API keys and ChatGPT library using the OpenAI API key, we can now use that to send a message. So let's do that. Well, let's run the code. That would be this one. And okay, step 4. Okay. Then we can send another. Oops. Okay. There is an error. Where is that? Where's that? Okay, it's refusing local tunnel. Okay, it's okay. It's okay. We don't need the local tunnel for this one, since I'm hosting this on my public server. Okay, so if now we send a hi here, says hi, and ChatGPT responds back and says, hello, okay, how can I assist you? But we don't receive it back to Messenger. So I guess the next step is send back the message to Messenger. So this is now the part where we show off Vonage's messages API. Okay, my team will get angry at me again if I say messaging. It's messages API, Vonage messages API. Okay, we send the next blah 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 blah. Okay, so now we have some variables here that we have to look at once we receive. Okay, so basically the line that sends the message to Vonage is, again, very simple. So in Vonage, we try to make things very simple so that more developers can implement it. First thing we have to do is, of course, import a messenger text class from Vonage messages. Vonage supports different types of messages. We have WhatsApp, we have Viber, we have SMS messages as well. But for this workshop, we're going to be focusing on the messenger text. Okay, once you have that, you can now use the previously initiated Vonage library here to send the message. So it's very simple. You just say Vonage messages send, then you say it's a new messenger text, and of course you send it to messenger from. Why from? Because you're sending it back to the person that sent it to you. From is of course you, which the person sent the message to. It's kind of confusing, but I guess, yeah. So chat response, the text is the response that we got from chat GPT when we sent here. So basically this is the call, this is the promises return, and this is the text. Okay, so we're just going to send that back to Messenger. Okay, so let's try that out. Let's go here, and that would be this part. I'm just going to remove my local tunnel since it's erroring. Is that a word? It's erroring a word? I don't know. It's giving me an error, most likely because I've been calling local tunnel since 2 days ago, and it's blocking the subdomain. I don't know. Okay, so let's run this part. So we're now at okay. So if we now send that message to hi there, it receives hi there, and okay, it didn't send. Okay, there we go. I thought it didn't send. Okay, so now we can actually converse with ChatGPT. So we can, ask stupid things like, don't clap yet. I still have like 30 minutes and I still have to do, I don't know, stuff here to fill that time. Okay, so if we do, I don't know, how far is the moon from me? Something like that. And just wait for it. And there we go. So you can now ask stuff, right? So there is some issues here that you might encounter. Say, example, you ask, what is the smelliest cheese? Right? So, okay. So, of course, ChatGPT knows what is the smelliest cheese. Okay. Let's just wait for the reply. There we go. Now, if you want to know what wine do you want to pair with Limburger. So if it's a proper conversation, you would ask, what wine can I pair it with? What do you think? What do you think ChatGPT would say? Right? I forgot I have swag here. So if you're participating, I will give you swag. Okay. So what do you think ChatGPT will say when you ask what wine can you pair with Limburger? Right? Any takers? I have swag. What wine do you think it's red wine? White wine? I saw someone nodding. It's red. Okay, I think you get confused. Okay, why do you think it would get confused? Okay, yeah, I think because I also have it here anyway. The answer is here. Okay, so yeah, it would get confused. It doesn't mention any of the Limburger thing because there is no context, right? So the next, I have to give you swag. Come here. You get your swag here. Go. I almost forgot we have swag, so just get one. Yeah. Okay. So now we have to make our bot context aware. So that would be our next step. Okay, next we make our chatbot context aware. See, if you have this open, you can basically answer all my questions because it's already here. Next, make our bot context aware. So the chat GPT library that we're using, so it uses basically the official chat GPT API. And in the chat GPT API, you can pass the parent messenger ID, which is the ID of the message that was sent previously, so it can track what's happening, right? So we're going to do that here. So how do we do that? First, we'll define this variable. It's just a object called ID map, right? Then after that, we can say that, okay, if ID map has the messenger from ID, which is the one that sent the message, if it has that, then we can set the ChatGPT option. So this is basically options for the ChatGPT API. So we can set the options that the parent messenger ID is the current message, and where's that? Okay. And equals ID messenger from. So we can, once we send this, okay, so it's a bit confusing here. We're calling the object with these key, right? So where do we set this? Okay, let's just go through the code first. So if ID map messenger is present, it would do this. If it's not present, then okay, it would just be a blank chat GPT option. But here, once we get that message, we then map that messenger from, set that as the key, and we set the value as the response ID. So now, on the next message, okay, messenger from is already inside the map, and it has the previous messenger, the previous ChatGPT message ID, and we just go around and around and around. So the ChatGPT API will always keep track of the current message. While we're at it, we'll also put a quick catch here for any errors that, for any errors that we might encounter. So it's just a simple catch that sends the message back via messenger that says, okay, sorry, there's an error. Okay, now that we have this, we can go to, why am I going there? Going here and run that code. I guess we are now at 6. Okay. 6 and run it. So of course, all the messages are reset, so we can ask it again. Let's go here. Let's just ask the smelliest cheese again. I don't know. The smellier the cheese, the yummier, I guess. What is the smelliest cheese? Okay. And respond back. Now it's durian cheese. Okay, so this is the problem with ChatGPT. It cannot decide which one is more smellier. There is a durian cheese? I don't even know there's a durian cheese. Yeah, okay. I mean, I don't know. We're in Singapore and I haven't heard durian cheese. Okay, anyway, what wine would I pair that with? Okay, thinking. There we go. With strong smelling cheese, like, see, it's now context aware. It now knows what we are talking about. Complement the cheese, blah, 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 blah. Then we can say, where can I get that wine? Wine. Thinking, trying to figure out where to buy. Okay, now we got an error. Okay, so this is an error from Messenger. Let's go down. Where is that? Yeah. So this error says that, okay, the messages cannot exceed 640 characters, right? So this is a big issue because what if you want to ask, like, generate me an essay, right? You want to cheat in your exam, you want an essay, it won't give you any, right? So that's the next part. That's the next thing that we have to do. We have to make some modifications to split long messages. Okay. So I was writing this last night and I got very lazy, so I just put the whole algorithm here on what to do. So okay, so what happens? What should we do is if we have 640 character limit, is we try to split the messages into batches that are lower than 640 characters. Okay, the easiest thing to do with that is just split, then split by max 640 characters. But the issue with that is you might split a word between itself. So if you're, I don't know, trying to think of a dirty word that's not dirty if it's a full word, but I don't have the mental capability of doing that now. So I'll just say that maybe you have paper, right? And you split it as paper. Okay, still sounds bad, but okay. So that is not a good thing. So what do we do? So the algorithm that we're going to be doing here is that we split the words into an array of words, basically. So each word is a element in an array, right? So we loop through that and we check. Okay, we create a buffer first, a blank buffer. We put in every iteration of the loop, we check if we add the next word to that buffer, we check if the resulting text would be larger than 640 characters. If it's larger, we don't add the word and we just send it, then empty the buffer, then go around again. So that would make our messages, the chunk of our messages, always less than 640 characters, and it would be split up into words, right? Code is here. So basically, I just replace this very simple code of just sending a message with this code where, yeah, it creates a buffer, it does a loop, and does all that were described at the top. Okay, so we run that. Okay, we are now at which step? Okay, now it's 8. Oops, what? Why? Because I should do that. Okay, so now we have a chatbot that is not stupid and can send us very, very lengthy messages. If I want to ask, write me an essay about how computers are awesome, right? So of course, if you do that type of essay, you would take a while because you have to write it. ChatGPT will also take a while because he has to think how computers are awesome, right? So we just wait. Yeah. Wait and wait and wait and wait. Still waiting. So while we're waiting, any questions? If you have a question, you get swag. All right. Any questions? No questions? What's my name? What's my name? Do you know my name? My name is unforgettable. My name, really, my name is unforgettable. I flashed the card earlier. If you know my name, it's unforgettable, especially for the guys. My name is unforgettable. My name, for those who, okay, never mind. So we have here, okay? So as you can see, it has a very, very long response. Where's my mouse? Where's my cursor? Okay. And it's split up in with quite nicely. Okay. So basically, that's it. If you want to follow, you can check this one. And you can also know what my name is. My name is this one. It's very unforgettable. See, what's my name? What's my name? BJ. Guys, unforgettable. Okay? Okay, so I actually have a bonus part here. So as you've known, Vonage doesn't only have messages, right? We have voice as well. So voice is if you call a number and you've connected it to your Vonage platform, it would reply and stuff. So I've also have an sample here where I've connected the ChatGPT to our voice application. So let's try to run that because I'm having issues earlier. My number seems to have been blocked. So let's see if it will work. If it doesn't work, try it at home, and I'm sure that it will work. It's just that the thing is blocked right now. Okay, steps, and that should be the 9 bonus thing. Okay, so I will try and call the number that I have set here. So let's go to our Vonage application view again. See here, I've also enabled another capability, which is voice, and I've set the webhook to where my server is. So the answer endpoint will receive the call, and it will generate an NCCO. So what's an NCCO? It's basically a call control object. It's another huge part of Vonage. So if you sign up, you can explore that, and you can have create calls, and you can prank your friends and stuff. Okay, so let's try and call that. Hopefully it works because I was blocked earlier. And it's still not working. I'm still blocked. But anyway, so yeah, so that's it. That's the whole workshop. Just to remind you, you can go here, mdfiles.orzo.online, and you will get the whole workshop in MD Markdown format, and you can follow it through there. If you have any questions, ask them now, or I will keep all the swag. No questions? Oh, what's your question? Yes? Okay, so I didn't touch that here because it's another like huge conversation, right? So within, where is that? Is it here? Okay, within ChatGPT, their API, they have what you call fine-tuning's API, which you can use this, the files and the fine-tune APIs. You can use this to upload the set of documents and your the ChatGPT that is assigned to your. Basically, when you're chatting, you're using your keys. They would try to use this document as reference. So this is a very simple approach. There's a bigger approach where you generate your own model. Okay, because even if you do fine tuning here, remember that it would still be using the base ChatGPT 3 or ChatGPT 4. So there's another big conversation on how to create your own models. You have to train it, and you can deploy that. You'll still be using the same sets of API, but basically it would be a different model. Oh, you have swag. Come here. Any other questions? Okay, yeah, you're welcome. Okay, so I'm nearing 1 hour now. So if you don't have any other questions, I will just keep all the swags to myself. And yeah, so basically that's my workshop. I'm BJ from Vonage.
How are you?
I'm good.
That's good to know. So these are the 2 mics you need
Okay.
to wear.
And I need to change the display as well, right? Let me put on the mic
Yeah.
first.
So you also need to broadcast the
Okay, can.
what's the thing called?
The live stream platform.
Yeah, the
Where do I attach this? Both here.
yeah. That's
Okay.
what's the website called again? Oh my god, I already forgot.
Oh, I have it here. Open up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
This-
think I need to mute this
yeah.
tab.
Okay. Share screen. Present.
Is there a way to control the volume in this thing?
No.
Oh,
Which one? No.
this one.
No. This don't need control.
Do you want to do a test? Because she might be too soon.
Yeah. You can try speaking.
Hello? How is this? Can you hear me?
I think raise. No, the one is orange. Yeah, it's orange. say again.
Hello?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Need to share screen. Okay, hello everyone. Hi, good afternoon. Do you need to do mic test? Sorry. Maybe we try to put one right. Is that okay? Hello? How is this?
I think it's just too loud. So you try again.
Okay. How is this? There's no sound now.
Oh my god. This is horrible.
Hmm.
I'm gonna try a mic.
Try a mic. Do I have to hold the mic?
Yes.
Might have to. I will code at the same time though.
I don't know. Let's try the mic.
Are you gonna code sheet? Yeah, I'm coding.
Oh my.
You can put it there near her. Will it still get her voice?
Turn the blue one and off the orange. Yeah. Okay.
Hello?
Hello. I think this is much better, right? Hello? Can you all hear me? It's projected, right? Yeah, it is. Yeah. Okay, try.
Hello. Yeah, this works. Though I need
Okay,
a code. Like this.
Yes.
I think I can do this.
Is that okay?
It is awkward, but that will work.
Okay. Then
Yeah.
you don't need to wear this.
Oh, which one do I not need to wear? But I need to.
Big one.
The big one.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yes.
When it was too close to each other, it was like
Okay. Yeah.
Hello? Okay. I think we're good now. Yay. Okay, well, hello everyone. Once again, good afternoon. Welcome to my workshop. I'm gonna help you be from a testing zero to a testing hero. If you're not already writing tests for your application and you're just shipping code to production without testing, good luck. So let me introduce myself. My name is Shiling, and I've been building web applications for over a decade. I've worked at various startups as a software engineer. The reason why I like to work at startups because they let me ship code to production without testing. But then I learned my lesson. You shouldn't do that. It's fun because you can just press move fast, break things. But don't do it too much. So as a junior dev, I really sucked at coding. I actually wrote apps on production quite a bit, and then one fair day, I was very sleepy. I decided to push the deploy button and was very happy to go on vacation for one whole week the next day. When I came back to office, they told me things broke on production, and they were nice enough not to call me on vacation. And I did not bring my laptop then. But my lesson from there is that always test and always bring your laptop to vacation. Unless you test, if you write automated tests, then you can skip the part of bringing a laptop to vacation just in case. Okay, so then because I got very paranoid, I got very good at testing, and right now I built my own company, which is UIlicious. It's a developer tool to help other developers not make the same stupid mistake as I did and push code to production without testing. So you can use UIlicious to automate UI testing. So my journey, I just mentioned it. I actually started as a backend engineer, then slowly moved on to front end, and I did a lot of refactoring. So and especially for front end. So it was during this period of time where all web applications were still written in jQuery, and Angular was just introduced. So then we were slowly refactoring one page at a time to be an Angular page. It's also, we invented, back then it was called micro front end already, because one page is one front end, another page is another front end. Then I think at some point, because we were doing a lot of late night deployments, we were firefighting all the time. Over time, it became a zombie. I was just like, let's push code at like 2 a.m. Okay, let's go sleep, lady, wake up. So then, of course, more and more bugs started slipping out to production. And after that one fine day coming back from vacation, I decided, okay, I seriously need to automate testing, especially now that my boss suddenly say, Shiling, I need you to go and implement our payment subscriptions. Now we want to automate and automatically collect payments from our customers using Stripe. So help me implement all the payment back. And I was like, oh shit, I need to properly test everything. Because if I fuck this up, I dead. So I started TDDing everything, and now this is where I am. I'm building dev tools to help people as well. So this is a question that I get a lot of times, especially from junior devs. So where do I start testing? There's so many types of testing. There's unit testing, API testing. There's UI testing, and then there's so many tools. Which one should I use? Should I use Selenium? Should I use Playwright? Should I use Mocha? Should I use Karma? Should I use Jasmine or ABCDEFG? Well, I'm going to keep this thing simple. I'm going to introduce you one tool for each layer, and then just start somewhere. Don't think too much about your tooling. You will later on figure out whether that tooling works for you, but you must start somewhere first. And one test is better than no test. Yeah. Okay, so today in this workshop, we are going to cover unit testing with Mocha and Chai, API testing with Chai HTTP is still based on Mocha, and then we are going to do UI testing using UI Wishes. Okay, so let's get started. So we're going to catch them all because the theme of my workshop is Pokemon. So we're going to catch all the bugs. Okay, so to start off, if you're gonna code along with me, please, you can Google this. It is testing 0 to hero. You'll find this GitHub workshop, and then go ahead and clone the repo, or if you don't want to bother with git clone, you can just download the project as a zip file, just unzip it to your folder, and then run npm install. And also, I'd like to introduce my teaching assistant, which is Eugene over there. He's wearing the same shirt as me. So if you are stuck anywhere at any point of the workshop, including npm install, you can wave at him and he will come to rescue you. Okay, so let's get started. I'm just going to switch over here to my code. And first thing first, we are going to start with unit testing. So over here, let me walk through a little bit of the application that we are testing over here. So the application that we are testing is a Pokédex. This is what it looks like. Let me zoom in. Pokédex. So it's really a simple CRUD application. You add a Pokemon to the database, you can delete it, you can search for Pokemon, you can list it. So we have also a API Pokédex list. So you can run the API to get a list of Pokemon. There's also CRUD APIs for that. So we're going to do API testing at the second part of the workshop. So first, let's look at our application code. So over here, when you have inspect our project, we have a source directory where all of the code that implements the server as well as the front end is in. It's just a few, there is a very simple application. So you can have a look and see what's inside. It's a very short code implementation. I know there are bugs in there because I did not finish the implementation of it. If you want to help me write more tests and add it to the workshop, you can feel free to fork the repository and add some tests for me. Okay, so over here, this is the server-side code. It initializes the Pokédex, it creates a few routes, and then it starts the server. And then where we're going to start unit testing is we're going to start doing a unit test for the Pokemon.js. So Pokemon.js it defines a simple Pokemon class, takes in the constructor takes in, if you pass it in an object, it will set the properties of a Pokemon, which includes the ID, the name, the types of the Pokemon. It could be bug type, it could be poison type, the stats of the Pokemon as well. So, and each of the methods also has some validation to ensure that you do not set the Pokemon to an invalid value. For example, the Pokemon name must be a string. You cannot set it to a number. You cannot set it to an array. And then the Pokemon name cannot be empty. Okay, so let's start testing our Pokemon class. And the unit test is the most smallest test that you can write. That's why it's called a unit test. And over here, so first thing first, we're going to start by saying describe. So describe is a syntax that comes from the Mocha library. Okay, so this is the framework that we are going to use today. This is Mocha.js. You'll find that there's a lot of very rich plugins in the Mocha ecosystem. So it's a really robust tool that is used by a lot of teams for the API testing and unit testing as well as all sorts of testing. Okay. By the way, if you want to speed up and do a lot of the things, the workshop yourself, most of the instructions are also on the README and you can follow the instructions. So here we're going to start with describe. So describe is a way for you to group your test cases. So what we're going to do is we're going to say describe Pokemon because we're going to test the Pokemon class itself. and then we are going to open a function, and this is what we're going to start writing a test case in here. So I'm going to add in another describe. So this one is going to describe the suite of tests for the set name function that we're going to test. Now we want to do two tests. The first test that we want to do is if set name with valid string, then Pokemon dot name is set. Okay, and second is we want to validate if set name with empty string, then throw error. Okay, so we're going to do these two types of tests. One is a positive test and one is a negative test. So using Mocha, again, what we're going to do is we're going to use the it syntax. The it syntax lets you define a case. So we're going to do it, and then we're going to say should set name if given non-empty string. Okay, and then we're going to open a function, and your test script should go here. Okay, now we're going to add in the second test case as well. So you should, this one, the second test case would be should throw error if set name with empty string. Okay, so we just set up the skeleton of the test here. We haven't written the body of the test. But before we go on, let's run the test to make sure that everything is connected and we are able to at least get a test running. So to get a test running, what you can do is you can run Mocha and then point it to the file that you want to run the test in. So over here, I have a few helper scripts. One is the test script, which would run all of the tests inside my test directory. And then here I have another script, which is test:unit. And this will only run the test in the unit test folder. So I'm going to do npm run test unit. And this will run, instruct Mocha, the test runner, to go and run our script. Okay, so this is our test. It has ran. Let me zoom in so that everyone can see what is the results. So you can see we have two tests passing. Yay, we can go deploy to production now. But of course not, you haven't even run a single test. Don't cheat. Okay, so we have two passing tests. Then now we know that Mocha is properly detecting my test file and is running the test. Okay, so now actually let's write our test. Okay, first thing first, I need to import my Pokemon class. So we're going to import Pokemon from my models.js. And then here, so that Pokemon equals to new Pokemon, an empty constructor. And then we're going to say Pokemon.setName to Pikachu. And then, and then we can run the test, and of course it will still pass, but then we did not do any validation. So this is not correct. You must always validate what you are, a test case must always have at least one validation. So here what we want to do is we want to say Pokemon.name, we want to get the name, should be equals Pikachu when we try to read the value. So how are we going to do an assertion? So Node.js actually has a very nice, okay, I wouldn't say very nice, library. So this is Node, under Node, you can import assert, and it gives you a few functions like assert.equal. So you can give it the value that you want to test, and then what you expect as what the value should be. It also has not equals. It also has assert.deep equals if you have a object and you want to assert the contents of an object. So there's quite a few methods over here. So let's do this. Let's import our assert library from Node. Import assert from assert. Okay, and then you look at the over here. Let me just copy this. Let's put this here for reference. And then what we're going to do is we're going to do an assertion, assert dot equal, and then this is the value that we want to test, Pokemon dot name, and then expected. So I'm going to purposely spell this wrongly so that we can see what error looks like. So we're going to call Pichu instead of Pikachu. And then let's run our test. Let's run this test. And then this is the result. The first test is now failing. And I always, the way I write tests is I always make sure that my tests fail first so that I know that the test is actually working. Because sometimes you can write a test that always pass no matter what. For example, an empty test. So all tests must fail, then you know that you must test your tests basically. So a good test actually should actually have a failure condition. Okay, so this is failing, and it's failing correctly, and it tells me the error is Pikachu equals to Pichu. So, and this is, to me, in my opinion, it's not a very good error message. So if you want to improve the error message, we can optionally provide an error message. We can say Pokemon name should be Pichu instead. So let's run this test again to make the error message more clear. You can see that our error message is more clear now. It says Pokemon.name should be Pichu, but what we got is Pikachu. Okay, so the red color one is the actual value, the expected value that we wanted to test for is Pichu. Okay, so now let me go and fix this. Okay, Pikachu. Okay, so I actually don't, I'm not a big fan of Node's implementation of the assert library. I think it's very limited and the error messages are not very good. So my preference is to use the Chai assertion library, which is a Mocha.js plugin. And the Chai assertion library is really great. It has a lot of one thing nice about it is BDD style. So BDD style stands for behavior-driven development. And the way you describe a test, you describe it like you're telling a story or you're describing it in plain English. So it looks something like expect object to not have property, expect object to be an array. That does not include tree, for example. And it is very is a very flexible assertion library. So we're going to use expect over here and instead of the assert library. Okay, so we're going to import the expect syntax from Chai, and what we're going to do is just comment this out. We'll say expect Pokemon name to equal Pikachu. Okay, let's run this test. Now our test is passing. Let me make it fail first so that you can see what the error message should be. Okay, so when it fails, it'll tell you expected Pikachu to equal Pichu. So it's a much better error message, in my opinion, using the Chai assertion libraries. Okay, so this is positive testing, and do all sorts of positive testing. You have numerical values. You can even do min max testing. You can do NAND test, existence test. You can test above and below for if you want to test numerical ranges. So you can do something like test the statistics of our Pokemon stats. So it should always be a positive number. Like HP should always be at least 1, that kind of thing. You can also do a type assertion, is instance of. You can validate the properties within an object if you don't actually care about the value. So yeah, there's a lot of functionality that is built into the Chai assertion library. Okay, so next thing is we have done positive testing. So how do we do negative testing? One negative test that we are going to do is we want to validate that if you try to set the Pokemon name to an empty string, which is an invalid value, the system should tell you, hey, this is wrong. You should give the name cannot be empty, for example. So let's first set a Pokemon with an empty name and then see what happens. Okay, let's run this test. And now our second test is failing. And the second test is failing, it says that, oh, is getting an error that says name should be, cannot be empty. So that's the error that we're getting. So, and that is actually correct. This line is supposed to throw an error. Okay, so what do we do? How do we go and test that the system is properly raising exceptions? Okay, so the child exception library has a throws method. Okay, let me find throw. Okay, so the throw method expect you to give it that function that would throw an error, and then simply say to throw. Like if you don't give it any message to expect, you will just expect it to throw any kind of error, like it's got error, then can even pass it. If you want to validate that the error message that is returned by the API, by the function, it is something that is human friendly, for example, or makes sense, then you can pass in the error message that you want to validate as well. So let me copy this for reference. Okay. And now we're going to, what we're going to do is we're going to change our test script. Okay, expect bad function. This is our bad function. Okay, this is our bad function. And next is the error message that we are expecting. Name cannot be empty. Okay, so let's go and run this test. Ta-da! Everything is passing now. Okay, so unit testing is just like that, very simple. One great thing about unit testing is that it has very minimal setup required. So you can write a lot of it and it executes very fast as well. So I would recommend, if anyone were to ask me, oh, where do I start in writing my writing test? Unit testing is a really good way to start. It is applicable for both backend and frontend, because even in frontend these days, we are also writing a lot of like TypeScript. We are using TypeScript even for frontend, so you see a lot of classes anyway. So it's good to also, we can also use unit testing for front-end components, for front-end models that we're building as well. Okay, so let's move on to API testing. So let's have a look at our API test. We're gonna inspect our server code over here. And inside my server, I have the list API. I have the add API to add a Pokemon to the database. I have a get a Pokemon API, and if you give it the ID, you can give it the name or the ID, and then you will return the Pokemon that you are looking for. Otherwise, if the Pokemon doesn't exist, then it will give you an error message back, Pokemon not found, with the status code 404. We also have an update Pokemon API. Obviously, this is a bug. I'm just going to leave it there. And then we have a delete API as well. Okay, so we have a couple of APIs over here to test. We're just gonna do something simple. We're gonna test our listing API. So again, over here, first thing first, we want to start our server. So if you are following along, what you want to do is you want to run npm start. And npm start is going to start the server at port 3000. So you want to validate that your system is up. Let me see over here. There you go. Your Pokédex is loading. And then we can also check that the routes are also working. Here, API, Pokédex list. There you go. This is also working. Okay, but like seeing that, oh, it loaded is not a test. We're going to write a proper test. Okay, so same here. We're going to start with describe. And this time I'm going to say describe my API Pokédex test function. Okay, this is going to be the group, my test suite for the API Pokédex test. And then what I want to do is I want to test the, let me just start with it. Okay, I'm going to do one test. The first test is I can list retrieve a list of Pokemon from the list API, and then status code should be 2000. The response type should be JSON, and the first Pokemon should be Bulbasaur. And I think you can also say, let's validate the type of response as well, as in the type of JSON. The response object should be a JSON array. So this one is like a slightly more complete test that we want to write. So let's go. We'll start with it again, and we'll say it should return list of Pokemons from /list API. Okay, function. And so over here, because we are doing an API test, we want to not just use the function as it is, but we want to use async function. Because we are doing an API test, it needs to make a call to a server, and if you don't tell JavaScript to wait for the result, it's just gonna leave the coffee shop and bye, don't wait for the result, and passing, but it didn't wait for the result to come back. So we must make sure that we write async here. And what we're going to do is, in order to test our API, we're going to use the chai HTTP assertion library. And it comes with a number of good commands over here. It is able to make a request for you. It can do a get request, can do a put, post, patch, delete, all the different kind of requests. And then you can also do authentication. If you have as you return, you can return it as a callback. You can also return the response as a promise, and then you can validate the response status code, the response type as headers, etc. So it's a very good library I would recommend for API testing. So let's go. So first thing we need to do is we need to import HTTP chai HTTP, chai HTTP. We also need to import our chai library. And in order to instruct chai to use, to know the HTTP syntax, you need to say chai.use and get it to use the plugin, okay? And what we also want the expect library again from the chai library to make our assertion. So let's start with making a request. We'll say let our response be equals to await chai not request, and we're going to make a request to localhost 3000 where our application is hosted at, and then we're going to make a get request. The API that we're going to make a get request to is the API Pokédex /list. And let's just run our test and make sure that everything is, this is, at least is able to make a connection. Okay, so let's change this to run test :API. Oh, unexpected token. Line number 1. Good. Thank you. So observant, you guys. I'm glad to know that people are paying attention. Oh, it have HTTP. See, connection refused. Okay, let's see what's the issue over here. Okay, is there one? Okay, so you know what? Let me see my answer and see is it the same thing. Hey, I forgot to send it actually. Is that the issue? Let me remove this again. Hiya, why is this not working? You know what? I'm just going to use my production API. Ta-da! Production is working. I actually have two productions servers running, just in case one production goes down. Yeah, I'm very paranoid one. Okay, so our response came back, and the test is passing. Okay, no lah. Yeah, I cannot consider this test is passing until I completed my validation. So how do I validate that my status code is correct? So let me just console the log and show you what the response look like. Response. Okay, let's print it out. And you see that this is our response. We have status code 404. You can do like expect arrest dot status code to be equals 404. You can do that. We also have our headers here, so you can validate your headers. We have our body. Where's our body? Okay, body. There we go. Body. Hey, what it says is not found. Strange. Okay, you know what? Let's just go ahead and test. I think where's our body actually? That's so strange. Wait, never mind. Let's test. You will know when we test it. Okay, so to test our status code, what we'll do is res. We can do expect res dot status to, I believe it's expect res dot status or to have status. So there we go. Expect res to have status 200. So let's just run our test. I know what's wrong. Yeah, remove one of the slash, right? Yeah. Yeah, it's good catch. Okay, great. Now, what we want to do, we want to validate our response type. So then here, we want to say expect, and then they have a few, so try HTTP has a few very useful assertions already. So you can validate the response to be JSON, to be HTML, to be text. So in our case, we want to validate that is a JSON. So just put it here. So let's run our test again. Yep, this is passing. So it's a JSON. Let me just make it fail on purpose. It will be HTML. And now it's failing. Oh, wait. Sorry. It's not request, it is RES. Run this again. And yeah, so this is the error message you get when your content type header is not what is expected. So over here, we are expecting application JSON to be in the content type, but it's not. We are expecting text HTML to be the content type because we say expect REST to be HTML. So this is the kind of error message you'll see if the API is not behaving according to your specification. So now let's put it back to expect REST to be JSON. And now we want to validate that the thing that we got back is a JSON array. So we can say expect REST, I believe, to be, and I think it's like this. Let me check the this one over here. Array. Oh. There we go. To be an array. It's a bit fin. I think it's not very particular about whether or not your correctness or your English. I think you can say to be an array. But if you want to, if you are a grammar Nazi, you can say to be an array lah. Okay, so let's try this. Okay, I think it's response.body. Yeah, you want to validate the response body, not the response. Okay, response body is an array. Yeah, correct. Okay, now we want to expect the first object inside our response. The first object and the name to equal Bulbasaur. Okay, let's run our test again. And ta-da, this is working. So let's just spell this wrongly to make sure that the test is working. So there you go. If the API didn't return the correct name of the Pokemon, it will tell you what is wrong with your API. So there you go. This is how you write a test for the GET API. So let's do something a little bit more different. Let's test a post API, doing a post request instead. So what we're going to do is we are going to let's add a Pokemon to the DB, and then after that we're going to get it back. Hey, should add a Pokemon using add API, then get using the ID. Okay, actually we can do another one, similar test. You can both add it and then get it with the ID, but you also can get it with the name of the Pokemon. Okay, so let's grab this, and then we are going to send a post request. Post to the add endpoint, and we are going to send a Pokemon with the ID is 25, and then the name is Pikachu. Okay, so after we send our request to add the Pokemon, let's go and grab our Pokemon using the ID. So we're going to get instead. And here we are going to grab with 25, which is the ID that we set for Pikachu. Not send. And then now let's just do a very simple check. Expect rest to have, rest to have status. Status 200, and we're gonna expect the Pokemon name to be Pikachu. And we can also say we want this to be a JSON. There you go. So let's run this test. Oh, something is failing. Response dot. What is going on here? So you must always test your test. Sometimes it is not. Your test is written wrongly. Okay. Did I do something wrong again? Response to have 200. And let's comment this out first. It's giving me, it could be the case that, hey, let's see. Do I already have 25 added? Let me just try a different number. Oh yeah, this is working. So I might have already added 25 previously as a different Pokeball, so the API doesn't let you add 25 again. One thing that you want to do when you're doing API testing is you want to test it on a test server where you can restart the state of your API, so that when you're doing this kind of add operations, you don't have like conflicting IDs, and when you rerun the test, it would pass the first time and then fail all subsequent times because you cannot reuse this ID. So in this case, the test is passing. If I'm able to add my Pokemon and then retrieve it with ID, let's do everything the same. And then let's add this as a different number, 100. And then we're gonna retrieve it with Pikachu. I actually think I have added Pikachu to the database many times. Let's try a different Pokemon. What else? Raichu? Okay, Raichu. Right? Raichu. Let's spell it with a big R. Okay, let's go. Ta-da! Okay, we can get our Pokemon with the ID 99, and we can get our Pokemon with the name also, Raichu. Okay, so that is the API testing. Yeah, it's quite straightforward. People think it's like, oh, very hard, very complicated, but actually very simple one. So what else can you do? So I haven't implemented something like login API, but other things you can do that is typically done for API testing is, let's say you want to test your login API, and usually the expectation for login API is that the login the server should respond back to you with a set cookie header. So this is something that is very important to test, and you can use the I think expect headers. Let's go back to the child documentation over here. So you can assert whether or not the set cookie header is present on the the response itself. The other thing that people typically want to do on top of like validating the headers are there is to validate the cookies that are present on the response itself. So you also you can say to expect response to have cookie or to not have a cookie. If you're logging out, then you must validate that the cookie is removed. And then you can validate the exact value of the cookie if you are expecting something more precise. But this is where some of the common use cases for API testing would be. Okay, so that is API testing. Now let's move one level up. So we're going to go into UI testing. And for UI testing, we're going to use UI-licious. I can actually show you how to do UI testing with Selenium, but then I'll actually have a talk on the 28 that demonstrate this. So here I'm going to show you how to test with UI-licious. Let's go to snippet.uilicious.com, and this is a free platform. You can just head into UI-licious, snippet.uilicious.com, and write a test and select Chrome browser and run it. Let me ask the bot to go away. And let's go to our Pokemon application over here. I go to our URL. So let's just run this test. While this test is running, it ran already. Just do a very basic check that we can load the website. So we're going to load the website, and then what we're going to do is we want to test whether or not the UI is implemented correctly. So by right, let me refresh. I think I have a quite number of. So our Pikachu and Raichu is added here. The images are wrong because these are taken from the images are taken from a public website. Anyway, let's add another. So we're going to test the add Pokemon function. So let's just add another 158. Let's give me an EV. Just add EV. And then the type is a normal type. And then we're just going to add the Pokemon. When we add the Pokemon, we get an alert. And you can just press OK to confirm that the Pokemon is added. By right, what you should do, it will redirect you back to the Pokédex. You can scroll down, and you should be able to see our EV at 58. Okay, you can search EV, and also filter. Let's find all our normal Pokemon. Okay, is the filter not working? Got bug lah. Seriously, I just tested it in the morning. Normal. Got bug. Hey, you can submit about bug report and I'll fix it. Then you can get a freebie on 28 from the booth if you submit a bug report and help me fix this. Okay, so let's go and test this. So what we're going to do is we are going to, after we navigate, click on the button. I click add Pokemon. And then after we get to the Pokemon, add Pokemon form, we're going to fill in the ID. Let's just put another number like 89. I don't fill. And then let's have another Pokemon name. What other Pokemons are there? I think there's a Chansey, like the cute nurse Pokemon. And then I think the type. So if you want to select from drop down, it's a select command, i.select, and then you can select the primary type. I think it's a fairy type. And then once you're done, right, you click on, I think it is the add Pokemon button to submit. Add Pokemon. And because it will show you an alert, you can accept the alert. You can also dismiss the alert and cancel then actually don't know what it does when it cancels. But when you accept the alert by right, you should be redirected back to the base URL. So you can say I am at the base URL. And then what you want to do finally is I want to filter. Or we can try fill in the name Gen Z. And then so once we filter, right, we want to see Gen Z lah. But we also don't want to see everyone else. So you can say I don't see Pikachu lah. Okay? Okay, so let's run our test. So UI tests generally run a bit slower. People usually don't write too many UI tests because it's a little bit more time consuming to run. It's also a little bit more resource intensive to run. But at the end of the day, you don't just need one type of test. You can do your unit test, you can do your API test, but if your UI is wired wrongly, your users are still going to be very frustrated at the end of the day. So I will still recommend wherever, if you are a front-end developer, do some unit tests and also write some front-end tests. If you are a back-end developer, write some unit tests and write some API tests. Yeah, so there we go. This is our finished test. So you fill in ID, fill in name, select the primary type as fairy, click on add Pokemon, you clear the alert, you validate that you reach the index page, you fill in the name as Chenzi, and come out with the other one. And then you see, validate that you see Chenzi on the page, but you don't see Pikachu. Then you know the filter is working correctly. Okay, so this is all the different tests from your front end to your back end. You cover everything. You cover your front side, cover your back side, cover everything so that when you ship code, you don't ship it naked. Okay. Still around over here. Yeah, and thank you everyone for listening.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, okay, yeah.
I think we'll do the same setup as this one, rather than
Yeah,
using
yeah.
two of the.
Need to use this mic for sure. I don't think I can use this.
Yeah,
This is.
actually, we set this aside here.
Are you doing coding or?
A little of that. I mean,
Okay.
mostly it's going to be copy paste, but yeah.
Yeah. So this is the project.
This is the one. That's,
Yeah, the
for
blue
sound
color one
system.
is the one that will project your voice.
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah.
Do you want to do a test?
Yeah. You can try speaking.
Hello.
Is it on? It
Not
was
sure how it works.
on just now. Hello? Okay, now it's on.
Testing the mic.
Yeah.
Is it working?
Yeah. It's working. It's working. Hello? Oh, it's too far. Sorry, I'm too far from. Hello? Okay. Yeah, this is fine. Yeah, it's loud enough already, I think. Okay, so this is for recording. You need to join the
link, right?
Yeah, the link. Do you want? Okay. Yeah, just clip it anywhere. It's fine.
Is it good?
Yeah. The link which. Yeah. And also, do you HDMI or is this Lightning or USB-C?
I have the HDMI port over here, I guess.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't need to type any name. Yeah, you can just type like an alphabet like A or something. Yeah. Yeah, then click on the share. Okay. Turn off the mute yourself here.
Okay.
Try
The share screen.
Wait, there's something that...
I heard myself twice.
it's this thing. Okay, I think the volume is... Okay, try again. Oh,
Is it?
Yeah.
Is it? It's echoing.
Okay, the speaker is over here, so I think that's the problem. Okay, I think we need to shift it a bit more. Oh, this is horrible.
No worries.
Oh my god. Yeah, move the table over there. Oh. Wait,
Something else is on, is it?
Okay, I think the conference. Okay. Hello? Okay. Okay, I think there is a microphone somewhere here. Or maybe I'm...
Should I share the screen?
Yes, please. Yeah. Hello?
Yeah.
You can hear, right? Okay.
I think maybe we need to raise this a little bit so it can be closer to you.
How about now? Is it louder? Okay, so I think you need to be a bit closer
Close
to
to
the
this?
mic. Yeah, like this. Yeah, and hopefully... Yeah. Okay, so share the screen already, right?
Yeah, I've shared it. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I don't see it. Okay. Are we good? Should I? All right. Hello, everyone. I hope you can hear me. I'm not sure. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I think you need to be closer to the microphone.
Even closer?
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, can you try speaking?
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I think you need to be this close. Yeah.
Okay. But it would be difficult to... All right.
Yeah, you can try putting it here and then speaking.
Can you hear me now?
I'll remove this. Maybe it's not like that. Is it okay now? Can you try?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll put you on.
Should I try again? Like, I'm just trying. All right. I think it works now. Awesome. All right, everyone. Hello and welcome to the workshop. I hope you all are enjoying the workshops and you're super excited about Cityjs. It's the first day and I'm enjoying the workshops myself, and this is my first time in Singapore as well. So I'm enjoying the city as well. All right, so the topic of my workshop is Go Headless with Next.js and Storyblock. So in this workshop, we'll be talking a bit about what headless is, how headless works. We'll be taking a look at Storyblock, what Storyblock is, how it looks, and then we'll be building a super small blog website with, again, Next.js and Storyblock. It looks somewhat like this. I mean, we will try to build as much as we can and see how far we can go. But we will make sure that we cover the basic concept of it, basic concepts of headless and how it would work with Next.js. All right, before starting, a little introduction about me. My name is Chakit Arora, and I'm a full stack developer. I work as a developer relations engineer at Storyblock. This is my website, and that's my Twitter. You can find me on Twitter. It's at Arora Chakit. I really like to be involved in the communities. I write about tech, I speak about tech, and that's mostly about it. You can find more on the website and the Twitter handle. All right, let's now start with the workshop and with what headless is. Has any one of you ever used headless before, or do you know how the CMS they kind of, I mean, the architecture it looks like, or somewhat like that? Anyone? Anyone? All right, then it would be even better. Okay, so first let's see the left-hand side structure over here. It's about a CMS. I mean, these both are different sort of architectures. We'll first talk about the first one, like on the left-hand side, and then on the right-hand side. The left one is called a monolithic CMS. I'm sure you must have built some sort of drag and drop, like, I mean, websites with some sort of drag and drop, what do we say, softwares where you drag and drop the components and build the websites. Yeah. Those are called the monolithic CMSs, or, those are called the monolithic CMSs, or that's the traditional CMS, and that's how it works. The architecture, as you can see, everything is tightly coupled inside that. It's a piece of software where you have the admin interface. You go inside the admin interface, you have a database as in the place where you store your content, maybe your components, your header, your navigation bar, and those sort of things. And then the front-end layer is present inside that. So that's how the that's how the monolithic architecture looks like. There are a couple of drawbacks with this architecture, that you're not able to get a lot of flexibility with this. Because it only works for a specific sort of presentation layer. I mean, probably if you're making a website, that'll only work for a website. Now, if you want to build an application for mobile and use the same content, then you would need to do something else and so on. So those are sort of the disadvantages. You cannot, I mean, you can put in some sort of code over there, but you cannot code a lot by yourself. And yeah, I mean, we'll see the benefits of headless, and the benefits of headless are the ones, the drawbacks of monolithic that you overcome with the headless CMS. So yeah, I mean, this is the architecture and the presentation layer that is included inside the CMS itself. Then comes the headless architecture, the one you see on the left. In that, you again get the admin interface. You get the database where you store in the content. Again, I mean, this database is not something where, I mean, you're storing the user information, or like somewhat like that. It's the place where you store in your components, your content, and those sort of things. So you get the database associated with it. You can manage the content as you would inside the monolithic CMS. But inside this, you don't get the presentation layer included. So that's why it's called headless. I mean, you chop the head off. So you don't get the you don't get the presentation layer included in it, and that's why that's how you can get the data. I mean, it's an API first approach. You can get the data on any of the platforms, be it website, be it for mobile, be it for IoT devices. I mean, if you're making a voice assistant, even if you're making maybe an Alexa skill or something like that, you can use the content because it's the API first approach. So you just retrieve the content via API and use it anywhere you want. That's how the headless structure works. Benefits of headless. These are like a couple of benefits of headless. I mean, it's a decoupled front end, so you don't you can use any presentation layer, any front end you want. I mean, maybe if you want to use Vue.js, if you want to use Next.js, if you want to use React or any other thing, it's up to you, because you can use anything because it's headless. So the presentation layer is something that you control by yourself. Omnichannel support, again, it's the same way, because you can use it anywhere. I mean, omnichannel by definition means, I'm not sure about the exact definition, but it means that you can use the same content on different platforms. Different platforms as in, it's super good for marketing purposes, where you would want the same experience on every device. I mean, as a developer, you would want to give your user the same experience wherever the user logs in, right? Maybe if the user is opening your application on, maybe your user is having a mobile application, maybe your user is coming onto your website or any other place, then omnichannel is something that gives marketers a way to provide similar content over different platforms. That's what omnichannel means, and that's how like since it's a API first approach, you can get the omnichannel support. Then we have code maintainability and scalability as well as flexibility. This is because it also, I mean, the headless architecture, it also follows component based approach. This component based approach is somewhat similar to what we have in our modern front-end frameworks. You build your components inside your CMS first, then you build your components inside your frameworks, and you can scale them the way you would in any of your front-end frameworks. And as I mentioned, it's API first, so that's like that's about it. I mean, you fetch the data with the APIs and use it any way you want. We'll be using Storyblock for this, and Storyblock is also a headless CMS that comes along with the visualizer. We'll take a look at how it kind of looks. I mean, the visualizer, it looks somewhat like this, but we'll take a closer look in a while. And yeah, I mean, that's all about these slides I have. Now we can move to the coding part and like building the actual application. We won't be like coding everything from scratch because it'll take a lot of time. But yeah, this is a QR code that you can scan. It will take you to this Notion page, and this is the Notion page that we are going to be following today. I hope it's visible. Yeah, this is the Notion page that we are going to be following today. I think we are done till over here where I showed you the preview of the website. That's this one, and this is what we are going to be trying to build. And then we also spoke about headless, like how the headless architecture looks like, and then we also spoke about what Storyblock is. Now let's start with creating an account at Storyblock on Storyblock. So you can go to storyblock.com. It should take you to this website, and over the right top, what you can do is you can click on login to go inside the application. If you don't have an account, you can just create an account, and this is how the interface looks like. I mean, if you create an account, you won't see these many cards because it's going to be new account. But since I have been working with a lot, so I see a lot of like the cards and spaces over here. Then you can go over here and you can add a new space. Before adding a new space, what I would like to show you is how a space looks like from, I mean, once you get inside a space, this is how a space looks like. So you get a dashboard. The most important tab over here is this content tab, where we are going to be taking a look at when we'll be building it. And as I mentioned that I would like to show you the visualizer and how it looks. It kind of looks like this. So on the right hand side, you see the schema of your components. So like we'll be creating these sort of components inside Storyblock first. We'll be defining our own schemas. Then we'll be creating the components inside our front-end application. That is going to be Next.js in this case. And then you can play around with the visualizer inside Storyblock. Like you can edit your components, as in you can you can put in the data and you can see how the components look like. So for example, if I click over here, you'll see that the schema opens up. And if I want to write anything, or if I want to maybe change the styles and these sort of things, you can do these sort of things in real time. All right, so that was about the introduction to visualizer. Now let's move on to the creation of space. So if you have created an account already, you need to create a space from this place, from the button right top, and you can just give it a name. So I'll give the name Cityjs 2023 workshop. I think I already have that name present, but I'll just give it this one. So once you create a space, you can continue with the trial, or if you want to select a plan, what I'll do is I'll just select the community version. It's free for, I mean, you don't need to enter any details or any such thing. You can just select the plan as community. And what you'll see is inside the content, we have one story or one entry created. And this is the entry. If I open this entry up, you'll see that we'll need to connect the visualizer. That will just do in a while. But inside this entry, we have these two components. I mean, the page component is over here, and then inside this we have teaser and grid component. Let me just show you how the components look like from the block library. So this is the place where you create in your components. This is the place where you create in your blocks. So if I open this up, you'll see that we have 4 components as of now: page, grid, feature, and teaser. If I go on clicking a new block, you'll see that these are the options that we get while creating a block. So first is the nestable one, the components that can be nested inside any other component. Then we have content type, the ones that can be used as standalone pages or stories. Then we have universal ones that can be used as both. So the page component over here is the one that is, is a content type. You can see it over here. So the home story that we have over here is of type page, and the page component has just one field that is called the body field, and it is of type blocks. So you can select multiple fields, right? I mean, if I want to add any other field over here, I can do that. I can select the field type. The field type can be text, markdown, and a bunch of other things you see over here. So blocks is a special type that allows you to uh, add multiple nestable components inside it. And yeah, I mean, that's about the component. Let me just again open this page up to see if we are missing something. But yeah, I think yeah. So yeah, I mean, now I think that's I mean, we've already covered the components. Now the next thing is to create the React application and create the next application and set up with Storyblock. So what I'll do is I'll just go inside my command window somewhere, my terminal, and I'll just create probably, let me just yeah, what I'll do is I'll just create the next app over here. And we'll be using the app directory. So I'll just install the app router, which is the new one, the Next 13. And yeah, I mean, you can just click on the defaults, and it'll just create the next application. This is like the production one which I have. I'll just ignore that. And what I'll do is I'll just open the one which we just created. Let me just look at the place where I created it. Just a second. Yeah. So this is the one. What you can do is, we'll just set up the environment in a bit, but like in case if you want to see the complete code and how it looks like, I mean, we'll be copying code from the production one. But if you want to see where the code is, you can. I think I have mentioned the URL over here. You can use this GitHub URL, and you'll be taken to the repository. And this is the repository that I've created. And yeah, I mean, instead of like coding everything from scratch, we'll be just you can also, if you're following it, you can also copy the code from here. So yeah, we have created the app, we have opened the app. What I'll do is I'll just run the app, and now the app should be running on our local host, just to see if everything is working fine. Yeah. Now the other thing that we need to do is we'll need to set up a proxy, because over here the new space that we created inside the content, if I go again to the home story, you'll see that we need to set up the visualizer. We need to give it a URL. What I can do is I can just go over here and I can configure the URL, and I can put in HTTP my local host 30,000 3000. But the issue is it only accepts HTTPS, so it doesn't work with the with HTTP. So you'll need to that's for the security reasons. So to have your local host on HTTPS, you'll need to just install. You'll need to proxy it from HTTP to HTTPS, and to do that, what you can do is inside this, you'll see at the last, you'll see that you can you can just follow these things. You can install that mkcert thing, and it will generate the SSL certificate for you, and then you can just follow these steps to to have the proxy from HTTP to HTTPS. What I'll do is I'll just copy this, and I'll go to my terminal, and I'll just go back to the home directory, and I'll just set up the proxy. So you'll see that now I have the proxy set up from 3000, HTTP 3000 to go to HTTPS 3010. Now if I open HTTPS localhost 3010, it's not working. Just give me a second. I'll copy this. Probably entered something else. Yeah, so now we have just proxied this to see our code inside the visual editor. So now what I'll do is I'll go over here, and instead of this quick start URL that you see, I'll just place this HTTPS URL that we had, and I'll just go over here inside the content, and inside the home page you'll see that this is how it looks. I mean, we don't have the URL. Just give me a second. You need to have the appending slash over here just to see it inside the visual editor. And if I open this up, you'll see that we should probably get a 404 because this is going to the home slug, the one which we have not created yet. So from the entry configuration, what I'll do is I'll just say that the real part to this is just slash. So this is going to be the, the index file or the home file. So yeah, I mean, this is it about getting your next app running inside Storyblock. Now what we need to do is we need to set up the live editor so that we have these components inside the the components that we have over here inside our Next.js app. And once we do that, we'll need to set up a couple of things. So the live edits that you see happening over here, like the live edits, like the one that I've been doing over here, you can do these by setting up Storyblock JavaScript bridge. So that JavaScript bridge allows you to identify your components first. So you can see these dotted lines which allow to identify your components. And once your components are here, wherever you click, you can do the real-time edits. That's how that's how that particular library that we are going to be installing works. It helps us to do these live edits in real time. All right, so now we can go inside our Next.js app and probably start working. What I'll do is I'll just go to the layout file first. Inside the layout file, let me just minimize this so that we have more space. Yeah. So what we'll be doing is let's go inside the app directory. I'll again copy the code so that we don't have to write all of the components and everything, and I can explain you the code on the go. So over here, what I'm doing is I am replacing this code. What we are doing is we are importing a couple of things from the Storyblock React library, which we have not installed, by the way. So let's install that as well. The library is called @storyblock React. And once the library is installed, that is the library that allows you to do the real-time edits and everything. So once you've installed the library, this is how you initialize the library. So you type in Storyblock init, and then you grab your access token. So the access token is something that you get from the space settings. If I go over to the space, and if I go inside the settings, you'll see that this is the access token. What I can do is I can just copy this and paste it over here. So this is the access token. If you're creating a space, you need to use this access token. This is the Storyblock init function is something that we are getting it from the Storyblock React library. You'll see that we have also appended Storyblock React /RSC. This is the thing. Since we are using Next.js 13, this library. It has been like a month or two. We have given the support to for RSC, like the React server-side components. For this library, with Next.js, everything is automatically server-side. So that's why whenever you're working with Next.js, you need to append this import anything from the RSC library. Like the library is same, but we have another module inside this. So you can just append /RSC, and you can you can import these things. Then we have this API plugin, which we have imported again. This is something which allows you to set up the Storyblock API client. So whenever we fetch the data, so since as I mentioned, this is API first. So if I go inside the home story, what we'll be doing is we'll be fetching this data, whatever we are storing over here. So let me just minimize this. What we'll be doing is we'll be fetching this this data, right? Whatever data that we are storing over here. The data somewhat looks like this. You can even see it from the draft JSON or the published JSON. The data is going to be the JSON. To fetch this data, again, that library, the one which we installed, it allows you to do a bunch of things. It allows you to fetch the data. It allows you to set up the real-time editor and these many things. So yeah, that's what the library does, and that's what this initialization does for us. Then what we have done over here is I don't have the navigation created yet, so we will copy the navigation in a bit. What I'll do is I'll just comment these out, because we'll need to create the navigation components. The other thing is we have imported the Storyblock provider component over here. We'll need to create that as well. What I'll do is I'll just create a new folder for components, and I'll create a new component that's called Storyblock provider. The reason to create this component is, I mean, previously, or maybe even if you're using React, you wouldn't have to use it. But with Next.js, as I mentioned, everything is server side. So to do this interaction, the interaction that we see over here, the live edits that we were looking at, they can work with JavaScript and they can just work on client side, right? I mean, you cannot have interactions on server side. So that's the reason we'll be creating this Storyblock provider, which is a component that is going to be that is going to be making, or that is going to be wrapping our application to make it on the client side. What I'll do is I'll copy the code for this as well. And over here, you'll see that, again, we have a bunch of components over here. What I'll do is I'll just comment these out. But yeah, you need to initialize your Storyblock the way you did before, like in the layout file. You need to do it the same way. There is this third parameter that you need to insert over here. That is the component. So what this parameter does, it allows you to insert your components, the one that you're creating, and it automatically renders them. It dynamically renders those components. We'll see where it renders those components in a bit. But yeah, I mean, this is how the Storyblock provider looks like. And if I go back to the layout.js, you'll see that this is the place where we are wrapping this. And I'll probably need to change the access token again over here just to make it work. All right, so I can just save this, and I can save this, and I hope that we don't have any errors. So far, so good, probably. And yeah, now is the time when we can start creating our components. So the first component that we see over here, over here is the page component. And as I mentioned, the page component is something that is a special component that allows you to render, it uses a special field type, that is the blocks field type, and it allows you to render multiple nestable components inside it. So before creating the page component, I think we also need to change this page.js file. This is the file that is that is booting, sort of booting up this this next app. Not exactly booting up, but this is something which this is the file which is going to be opened up, or this is the file which is going to be rendering when you are landing on your Next.js URL, your local host. So what I'll do is I'll just probably delete this file. Just a second. What we'll be using is we'll be using the since in this case you won't always know. You can you can create specific routes. You can have specific routes where you would want to render specific routes, as in maybe there is some route that goes to any specific slug and you want to render that specifically. Then you can create the route for that, and that's how this new app directory works. You just create the slug sort of thing, and then you create the page inside that. What I'll do is I'll just catch all the dynamic routes, and for that I'll need to create a new folder, and that is going to be slug.js. I hope I'm creating it. Sorry, just slug. I'll just check it up if I'm not just to check it up I'm not messing it. Yeah, that's what the folder is called, and this folder now is going to be catching all the routes up. Nothing crazy over here. This is just the way Next.js works. If you're familiar with it, then you would know that this is how the new app directory is kind of working. You just create slugs, and then you create the page file inside those slugs. That's how the app router works. And then inside this, we need to create the page file, which is now going to be working for us, and it is the file which is going to be used for every route. So this is the file which is now going to render each and every route. So the way this file looks is, I'll again go over here and I'll just copy this file. This is not the page component that you see over here. This is like the Next.js page.js file where you would render your routes using this file. So now I'll just copy the code, and the way this code looks like is, first thing which we are doing is we are using this get static params over here. This is the function that allows you to generate static params over here. This is the function that allows you to generate dynamics. All right, sorry. Oops. Yeah, is it good now? Awesome. All right, so this is the like this is the function again with the new app directory with the new next13. This is the function that allows you to generate static params dynamically, as in you can when you're building your application. Like when you're statically building your application, you need to know the paths beforehand. So this is how this works with Next.js 13. You use this, and inside this, what we are doing is we are fetching all the links from Storyblock. So like if over here we just have the home story, so it is going to be just fetching the home link. I mean, as in it is just going to say that this is the it is just going to give us the home slug. And then what we are doing is we are creating an array of slugs over here, because this generate static params is something that wants you to return the it wants you to return the array of paths or array of slugs. And then every array should have the slug it should have an object saying that this is the object name is slug, and then again an array with the slug broken down. And then what we are doing is then we are rendering this page function. This page function, it takes the params, so it is gonna take the paths from here, and these params what we are doing is then we are fetching the slug from these params, and then we are fetching the data from Storyblock for that particular slug. The only thing that we are doing over here is we are not fetching the home slug. This is because we want the home page to the content coming from the home slug, we want that to be rendered at any place where you don't have the slug defined. So if I'm going on localhost, if I'm going on this, you'll see that we don't have anything over here. But if I'm going to localhost just slash, then we want this home story to be rendered over there. So what we need to do is, you will see it over here as well. If you don't find the slug, we are just using the slug as home slug. And again, we are fetching that. And this fetching is going to give us the data the way I showed you over here, just like this. So after getting the data, we are rendering it. We are using Storyblock story over here. So we are just passing the data story. As inside a prop, whatever we are getting, we are passing data.story inside story, and that is going to render the components dynamically for us. So this Storyblock story is something that is going to render the components dynamically for us, the ones we are going to be defining inside this Storyblock provider function. Inside this Storyblock provider file, inside this Storyblock init function. When we add the components over here, it is going to render those dynamically. So what I'll do is I'll just save the file, and hopefully it doesn't give an error. Yeah, it doesn't give an error. It doesn't render anything because now is the time where we create all of the components. So the first component that we need was, as I mentioned, the page component. What I'll do is I'll go again inside the components, and I'll copy this one. And inside the components, I'll create this page component. And this component again is something similar to what we did inside the page file, but this is just a component. And what this component is doing is once we are fetching the data, this the data is going to be coming inside the block property, as you saw over here. We are passing it through the story, and then inside inside every component, this data comes through the block property. Just give me a second. Yeah, over here it comes through the block property, and what we are doing over here is we are placing this Storyblock editable function. This function allows you to see those dotted lines and click around and play around. Then what we are doing is we are using the Storyblock component. This component is again something that renders the components dynamically for you, and it is also it can also be imported from Storyblock React RSC. The way this works is, we are mapping through all of the components that we get from the API. So this is the API, and you'll see that we are what we are doing is we are mapping through all of these components. So inside the body field, we have kind of two components right now. So we are mapping through the body, and then we are rendering the dynamic components again, and that's how it works. So I can just hit save, but again, nothing is going to be rendered because we need to declare the component over here as well. So if I go, I'll just I'll just uncomment these. Again, nothing is going to be rendered up because the page component is like the container. Now we need to add the components inside it. So instead of creating both the components, the teaser and grid, what I'll do is I'll just create the grid. I'll just create the teaser because it's a simple component with just one field, and it'll allow us to play with that. So let's create teaser.js file inside the components. And the teaser.js file, I mean, it's an easy file, but it should look somewhat like this. And yeah, this is how the file looks. I mean, it again has the story block editable function, and what we are doing is we are getting the data, and then we are just rendering in H2. And this component just has one field, and that is like the headline field, as you can see over here, like just the headline, and it should. I mean, that's what we are doing. I mean, we're getting it and we are rendering it at the place we want. So I'll just hit save, and probably now we should have our teaser somewhere, which is not here. All right, then I'm missing something. Yeah, we'll need to declare the teaser over here as well. So just give me a second. There you go. Yeah. Yeah, so you can see that this is how we are getting the hello world over here. And similarly, we will be getting the hello world over here. But now what we'll have is we'll have this, like this visual editor enabled. So you're getting the component from here. I mean, you're getting the data from here, but you'll be able to edit it from here. I mean, you'll be able to edit these components in real time. So probably if I want this to say, hello Singapore, it should say hello Singapore. And you can see these components doing the live edits in real time. These fields, I mean, this is just a very easy field, or this is just a way, I mean, this is a very simple field. This just has headline, but these fields can be very dynamic. These fields can also have different field types. So, like for example, let's just create a new field, probably, maybe inside teaser, let's change the way teaser looks. Maybe let's add let's say style, or like color, and this color is a field which I'm going to be changing to the type, let's say single option. And inside the single option, I'm going to be defining what should look on the screen and what should go as a value inside inside the API response. So what I'll do is I'll just type, let's say, red color, and this should send red, and this should be blue color, and this should send blue inside the API response. And then from here you can select the color, but again, like whatever you define over here has to be somewhere inside your inside your front end project. So if I hit save, nothing is going to happen, but like we'll need to define this teasers. I mean, we'll need to define the class over here. I'm not sure how to style this because I haven't been styling for a while, but yeah, what you can do is you can say color as block dot color, and then this should change the color over here because we have selected red. And like if I want to change this in real time, I can select blue, I can select anything, and like this is how the changes appear in real time. So what you can do is you can define different field types. I mean, these are again just the basic field types, but you can define different field types, you can define different components, and that's how you can add on different components up. If I go inside over here, you'll see that, I mean, this is the production one which I showed you. This is the space for that. So if I go inside the home story, you'll see that we have these different fields, right? I mean, we have the title, we have the subtitle, we have the image, we have different layout, and so on. So what I can do is I can create these. I mean, we're going to be creating these components as well. So what I need to do now is I need to go inside this, like inside this space that we are playing with. And what I need to do is I need to create a new component over here, saying that the component is going to be set as hero component or hero section. Let me just see the naming. Yeah, so I'll just grab it from here. But yeah, this is how you would create a component. You'd give a technical name, and then you define the fields by yourself over here. So the fields that we have over here are title, subtitle, image, and layout. So title is going to be text. Image is going to be of type asset, and it should only select, I mean, it should only give you images. Then we have a couple of other fields, like subtitle, layout. Layout is going to be the same as, like the drop down field that we defined in the teaser option, in the teaser. But yeah, let's just add subtitle for now, and let's hit save. What we're going to get is we can now add this component at the place we want. So instead of teaser or instead of grid, like you can just click over here and you'll say that I want to add the hero section. But again, hero section is not something that is defined in our front end project, so we need to do that as well over here. So if I, like let's go to the code again to copy that up, and this is the hero section. Again, it's not something very I mean, this is just HTML. The main thing that like we need to focus over here is this. Just a second, I'll just copy it over here so that it looks better. Yeah, so the main thing is, like we are doing these dynamic mappings. So inside this dynamic mapping, you'll see that we have the subtitle, we have maybe layout somewhere. I mean, I haven't defined the layout, and I think it would not work because you need to define different layouts. I mean, I'll just change the field over here. So if I go inside the hero section, just a second. We need to define the layout as well. And what I can say, what I can do is I'll say the field is called layout, and this is going to be again a drop down. So this is going to be called a single option. So you give different options, but you select one, and we can say that layout 1, which is going to be, like the value is going to be layout 1 for that, and the new option, which is, let's say, layout
to eat and listen to the sharing at the same time. So don't worry, if you're hungry, just go grab the food. We don't want you to be starving to listen to the sharing. Okay, let's welcome Pradeepa from Uptown, give sharing.
This where this for the recording. Yeah.
Is it off? Yeah.
Just check that.
Yeah.
I said you showing the presentation now or after the pizza or like.
I think we can just wait for 5 minutes. I think because they're already going.
Yeah. We can
Until
wait
then.
for a few minutes because Iris said they can eat because the time is a bit tight. So basically, she can share and people can eat as
Okay.
well. Yeah.
We just wanted to know for the recording whether we need to stop recording or continue recording. Okay.
Is it already stopped, right?
Can stop
Right now, stop.
Okay, because I'm just. I need to test. So
Oh yeah. Hi, lady. Hi, miss.
I need to test like the presentation. So.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I can do that. Because are you logged into the StreamYard?
StreamYard? Yeah. No, not yet, but I can. Just a minute.
Because you need to share the screen from there.
Yeah. Oh, you can use the Wi-Fi. Don't need.
It's okay. I'm using my phone.
Okay.
Is this? Is okay?
Yeah, and then
Is this okay?
And then enter studio. And then you do the present.
So you will. Who will control the stage?
Sorry. You will.
I will move to the back.
You share screen, I think.
I can just sort that the screen. No, I need to put it in the backstage, like.
How long do you need for the sharing?
Sharing? I think someone has to add me to the.
HDMI. That side, is it? Is there HDMI?
Yes.
I don't have it. Is it?
Oh, do you have the extension?
Yes. Okay, only host can see. The host can edit. Hello.
Yes. Oh, it just blink.
Okay.
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 We can see your screen here now.
Yeah, just remove this so that.
Remember to come back after you grab your stickers. How long do you need for,
I'm done.
for the sharing?
What do you mean by sharing? Running the entire workshop? 20 minutes. Mostly, yeah. Mostly, they have to do it on their own. They have to read the instructions and then they have to do it. At the last session.
Okay, now stickers are so curious.
You just need to know, have all the pages. Okay.
What is the relation between Autica and Auth0?
Auth0 is a company acquired by Okta.
So basically, Auth0 is a sub company.
Auth0 is a product. Now it's called a product. So Okta has two products. One is for business B2C applications, like login and all that stuff. One is like business to business applications. Like if you have gone companies like they onboard Okta for onboarding the users, employees, leaving and then assigning access and all that stuff. So, yeah.
Come back. Otherwise, she needs to sing.
Can you sing?
It's a difficult thought. Yes. Yes.
You all got your stickers? Okay, nice. I got Santa as well. Thank you for that, young boy. Yeah, you're the handsome one, most handsome, because you gave me the sticker. Okay, so don't worry, you can eat your pizza if you're hungry, and you can listen to the sharing during meeting as well. Just keep quiet a bit, lower voice, so we can hear the guest clearly. So let's do this again. Let's welcome Pradipa. Okay. Unique him. Okay. Let's welcome Pradipa from Okta to give a sharing about authentication beyond passwords. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All had pizzas? Anybody hungry? Okay, I promise you this won't take a long time. This is I'm just going to give an introduction, and there's a list of instructions to follow. It contains a series of steps. All the code is compiled and tested. If you have your node versions correctly and everything is working, it should work. Like the code should work by the breeze. If there is any issues, you can do it later offline. That's an excuse because it's the last. So usually they say like saving the best for last. So this is the best. So as I told you, like my slide is like just 5 slides. One is my title slide, and I have questions and thank you slide, and just 2 slides. I promise you. Just make sure you have the node installed in your machine, and I have all the package JSON already included in my GitHub repository. So access this URL if you want to start with the workshop. 0.2 Cityjs workshop, and it will ask for the code. Enter the code. Sorry. Yeah. The code is in caps, so I'm gonna click on it. I've already entered it, so just directly opens it. You might get a unlock code. So I'll give a bit of introduction, what this is going to do. Basically, you will have a pre-set up website where you can do a login and sign up in any B2C applications. And the workshop is about not just using the passwords. So we know that passwords are not very safe because most of the threat, the security breaches happen with your compromised password being stolen, being credential stuffing, a lot of stuff. So most of the security threat that happens is due to the passwords. So what we're going to do is like we just go beyond the passwords, which you already know. One is the multi-factor authentication, where you get an SMS. I introduced TOTP because sometimes you don't get the SMS, sometimes the provider which you use will not work. You guys are traveling. So you can use the Google Authenticator app and then use the TOTP. So you have a login box. So first you will sign up the username and password, and then you'll up your security a little bit. So that's the enable MFA with OTP, where you'll install the authenticator, and then you go to Auth0's account, and then you enable it. So it's just a toggle on and off button. So once that is done, then you go back and then you click on login. This time, what happens is like it will, in addition to the username and password, it will prompt you for the authenticator code. Okay, that is fine. We all know this. The third step is optional step, but if you're interested, you can just go ahead and then try this. This one, what we're going to do is MFAs are still not very secure. We still have complaints about it. So what we can do is we use the biometrics. So the authentication API, which protocol is called WebAuthn. Again, in Auth0, it's just a toggle on and off button. What you're going to do is like you go to your settings and then you enable the WebAuthn, the biometric. So this time what happens is like after you give your username and password, it will create some private and public key, and then it will store it in your Mac or whatever that supports the biometrics. The only prerequisite here is like your laptop should support a fingerprint or a Face ID or a Windows Hello. So once that is done, again, you will be prompted with, in addition to the username and password, the biometrics. I can show you the flow after you've completed, and that's it. So you have 3 steps. You can stop with whichever step you want to follow, but I'm going to give you a surprise. I have some swags, so whoever finishes it and then completes it, and then there is a feedback form at the end. If you complete it, whoever has completed first, I'll give you some cool swags, which I'm not going to reveal it. So let's get started. Just log in and let me know if you face any difficulties. Yeah. I'll just go directly to the prerequisite. If you don't have the Auth0 account already signed up, you can just click on it and then enable Auth0. I already have an account, so I call it Cityjs Singapore. So once you have signed up to the account, the first step would be to set up the application, which you can find it in the instructions. Create an application here. I call that as a Hello World client. So basically what you have to do is create an application, give it a name, Hello World client, and choose web application. That's what we are going to do. and then say create, and then it will open application like this. I'm going to follow the instructions. Should be pretty self-explanatory. So once I've created the application, you have to configure two URLs. One is the callback URL and the other is the logout URL. Just copy here. I'm using the localhost, the port 4040 if you have changed it. But if you are checking out the GitHub application, you will default by using 4040. So configure this callback and logout URL. So I've already configured. This is very important because once you sign up, after it's successful, that only if this URL is configured, then you'll be able to, the application will validate your sign-in account in the authentication server, and then it returns it. So if you haven't configured, then it won't work. Make a note of the domain, client ID, and client secret. You have a text box here. The idea is just if you enter it here, it will automatically create the .env file. But if you feel like you already know, you can just copy it. You can just ignore this step. Now comes the part where you have to check in the code, check out the code, clone this repository. And go to this branch, which has the basic authentication branch. So I already checked out. My application is running already. Okay. So if I go, so once you check out in the branch, and then once you say npm install and run dev, the application will look like this. Since this is the first time you're setting up, the first step would be to sign up the user. Let me see. Let's see, test Cityjs user test.com. Okay, now the first step is like we have to authorize this application. So it's asking that someone is trying to access your profile. Just say accept. So you get the information of the user which we have signed in. So I just created the user, so I don't. The email verified is false. This is a subscriber and some gravatar and ringtone created. So this is a public URL. So you will see it irrespective of whether the user is logged in or not. This JSON dump is like a hard-coded one. It's not actually connected to any API server, but you can just change it to call any URL. So this is the product message, and then admin. If I log out, you will see only the public URL. So you will not see the protected. So we are actually secure the API so that only the sign-up users can see the admin and the protected ones. So what we have seen so far is just login flow. Now we're going to increase the step of the authentication. Let's do the so you're done. So there's one step to create your Auth0 secret, which is a random string, and we are here. So we set up the. So as I mentioned, all these URLs are accessible. Now you go and enable the MFA. So MFA is something that you have to provide 2 or more verification factors to gain access to your resource. So it can be two, something they know, which is like your password, which you can remember it, like an email, like if you can have a multi-factor authentication where you want to get a reset code to your email. This is something like something own is can be a device. So for the OTP setup, check install the Google Authenticator app or the Microsoft Authenticator app, which has the TOTP. Now you have to define the MFA, on-time password. So what I'm going to do is like go to the settings. I haven't tested it to this tenant. So if it's not working, I'll change it. So this is a multi-factor authentication. So you enable the OTP. So by default, there is a policy that is defined saying that don't ask for multi-factor authentication. That's why it doesn't ask for a MFA. So there is no point in enabling the OTP here and saying never, because then it will never prompt for the password. So for the testing purpose, I'm just going to use always and just save the changes. Oh, sorry. It's. I just asked like if you have any existing users, do you want to prompt it? Because already we have signed up a user, right? So it's asked like if the existing user is like logging back again, do you want to reprompt with the MFA? I gave yes. Now we enable the MFA. Okay. Login. I forgot the username. To grab the user. This is the user. You can also sign up. I'm just choosing to. So since we have enabled the MFA, it's asking you to scan the authenticator. I have the authenticator already added in my mobile, so I'm going to scan it. Okay, now if you look at the JSON, the token, you can find that we have enabled MFA here. So I'm going to do this again. This time we will not be able to register for the authenticator. So just ask for the code because we already registered it. So we are in. The next step is this is what we did, testing the MFA strategy. We're going to enable the biometrics now. So it's called WebAuthn. It's the multi-factor authentication protocol. So this prevents you from OTP phishing and all the problems of the passwords. So let's see how to configure WebAuthn. The first step is like where we have seen, where we enable the OTP. We just go back and then set up the MFA. Let's go back. I'm going to security. multi-factor authentication. So if you see WebAuthn with FIDO device biometrics, there are two options. If you know for YubiKey, you can also use it for your laptop or for your device, which does not support, natively supports the biometrics. You can use the device. Or you can just use, I'm going to use, my laptop supports the biometrics, device biometrics. So I'm going to use this one. Click on enable and come back. There is one additional step we have to do because we have already enabled the TOTP. So what happens if we log in? Which multi-factor authentication to provide? So there are two options. One is like the engine decides which is high security and then gives you the MFA, which is better, or we can ask the user to choose. Let me check. Maybe problem with my Wi-Fi. So I'm going to enable it. So it's enabled. So what you're going to do is like, I'm going to ask like always show the multi-factor option. So when I log in, you will see which authenticator option to choose. So this is one additional step. Let me save it. Okay, we're done. So I'll show you the journey. I'm going to click on logout. Okay. Okay. I think it's due to internet connection. So Cityjs, I don't know if you can still. So it's asking me for the OTP. Since we have enabled the biometrics, now it's asking is like, do you want to log in faster on this device? Like, so the authentication is tied to the device. So you want to trust this device and then you want to set up the authentication. Just click on continue. So if it's asking, the browser is prompting me asking like, do you want to create a passkey? Note that this is not a password because it's a passkey. A public and private key will be created just to ensure security. And I'm going to click on continue. So now it's asking me for my biometric. This is equivalent to how you do the registration of MFA using scanning the QR code. I'll just say continue. Yeah, so now you're registered. If you want, you can just click on logout and you can check whether it's prompting again. Let me. So I showed you all the options, right? I clicked on both options. So it brings me the biometrics. But if you want to choose something else, you can say try another method, and then it will list it. So this is based on the settings which we enabled it. I'm just going to click on and then show my fingerprint. So now it says like the earlier part is the registration. Now this is doing the authentication part. So it says use your passkey. If you remember last time it says create your passkey. So I'm going to say continue, and then now it's prompting me for the password. So the biometric, I gave yes my fingerprint. I'm logged in. Yeah, that's all I have. So if you have time, you can just do it offline. I have YubiKeys, but if you have completed the workshop, you can reach out to me. I can verify your settings, and then I can give you a YubiKey. If you have any questions, I'm going to talk in detail about what's happening in the background of what happens during registration, how this passkey is being created, why you need this WebAuthn as an authentication factor, and all the stuff. But in general, if you have any questions, you can ask me or reach out to me. I have kept my name card there, so if you want in offline, you can reach out to me on Twitter. If you have any use case that you wanted to implement, not just specific .0, any IAM identity use cases, like you have a specific use case you want to solve, and if you want to reach out to me, yeah, just follow me on Twitter and then reach out to me. That should be fine. The workshop instruction has my Twitter account and the LinkedIn account. Feel free to connect. Any questions? I know you're all hungry. I know you need to take a break, so it's okay to just you can come to me offline, and then we can discuss about it later. Thank you all so much. Thanks.
No questions? Okay. Oh, someone asked me about they don't have the OS2 Alcata sticker. So the sticker is a star. Yeah. So just find the star if you want the sticker.
Yeah.
And OS2 is OS0, right? It's actually very famous product for authentication. Yeah.
Authorization.
So if you haven't heard it, whose problem?
If you haven't heard it, you heard it now.
Yeah. Nice. And also, knowledge is the food of your brain. I hope you are not full yet, because we have another 3 amazing speakers, which is the first speaker is not here yet. Are you here, Shuyan? No. Okay, so just grab, if you are still hungry, you can grab some pizza, and we still have stickers. So, yeah, I cannot sing, so, yeah. You sure you don't have questions? Can ask me any questions. Okay. Let me introduce me and the volunteers a bit. I'm Anne. My Twitter. My Twitter is I'm in coding. Easy to search. You can follow me on Twitter. I'm a front-end developer working in Shopee, Singapore. And I know I look young, but I have been working for 7 years. So yeah. It's amazing to look like this after working 7 years. So, and we have another volunteer, Diamond. Are you here, Diamond? Diamond is from Afine. Afine is a startup as an open source alternative for minimal learning Notion. They need better strategy. You can only remember one, just remember Notion. So it's open source alternative for my English, sorry. So you can just search Afine, and it's an open source project, can use as Notion. And Aris is the founder of Cityjs. He's not here. He's tall and strong. If you see him, you will notice. And we will be here tomorrow and the day on Friday, the main conference. So if you need any help, you can just search for us for help, and I'll be the events. And let's take a break for until 7 for next event happen. Okay, get your stickers now. I wanted you back so much before, and just get your stickers. And star is us too. Oh, us zero. Yeah. Do you need music? Can try. Is there anyone? I have my laptop. Yeah. Our next session will start from 7, so stay here until 7. can slowly get back to the seat. Feel free to grab the seat from the front.
Should I do this
Using Wi-Fi?
It said that I need to stream on this platform. I don't know if it is.
Sorry about that.
I think I have to connect to the Wi-Fi. Could you help me with the Wi-Fi? Oh, thank you.
yeah. OK。
日历上是7:10啊。
没关系，没关系。
烂了。
没关系。
VMware guest.
Guest, yeah.
Ah, guest.
Guest, this one.
Okay. Really sorry about that.
Hello everyone, pay attention here and slowly get back. We're gonna start another session again. About Bandala, right?
I'm sorry?
About Bandala, your topic.
Yeah, about bundler.
Okay.
你这个是 iSpec 的介绍对吗？
对，
不是。
对。
那我介绍你，需要介绍你是白单词的人吗？
可以啊，因为我是代表公司来的。是 employee login 对吧？应该是对。
不是，是那个 visit event。
event
login。
OK。
把你的这个是。
好，我先把那个桌上。
We have some empty seats in the front. Feel free to sit in the front. I won't force you to ask questions. Don't worry.
我是不是要这个？我要这个吗？
应该不是。我把这个放在这里。
OK。
它的声音是够大。Are you ready?
Yeah, I would like to present this screen.
And make sure they're recording.
Yeah, make sure they're
recording. Okay. And share your screen.
Share. All right.
Please slowly come back and sit in the front. The handsome boy, are you leaving? You are not handsome anymore. Go away. Okay. See you tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Okay, slowly come back. Our session gonna start at 7, and we have plenty seats here. You can sit in the front, and if you don't want to sit on the seats, please lower your voice so people can hear the speaker's voice.
I should project this screen. I'm also doing a screen sharing right now.
Okay, so okay. So I have a friend. They actually the true user of iSpec, and he used the name
for the
of
recording.
Yeah, this is for recording that, but I should still
but
use this microphone too. All right, I understand.
So this guy is quite helpful.
You don't want to hold it.
Oh, okay.
So I just
But then you have
tell
to-
you guys a bit context.
Okay, I understand.
Welcome Shu Yuanwang from Guidance, also the core member of iSpec,
Yeah,
to
that's
give
correct.
an amazing share about iSpec.
Thank you, everyone. I'm a little bit nervous right now because English is not my mother tongue and I haven't studied before, so please bear with me and I will try my best. Okay, let's get started. And my name is Shuyan Wang, and I'm a front-end engineer at ByteDance and also a core team member of RSPack. And you can find me on GitHub via this profile, I think. Okay. There are several things we are going to cover today. Okay. First is why RSPack. Second is the features of RSPack and the ecosystem compatibility of it, and it will cover a little bit of framework compatibility and Webpack loaders, Webpack plugins, and how can we migrate from Webpack to RSPack. Also, what we really care is about the performance that we gain from using RSPack, and the architecture design. And the next step is the roadmap of RSPack. Okay, so why RSPack? There are several, basically 3 issues with the bundler available in the market. First is the slow development and production builds. The compilation time is too long. Second is the configuration is not flexible enough to meet our needs. Like we want our applications to target to different platforms. Yeah. And third is the performance of the artifacts does not meet our needs because we want our artifact fast enough in the runtime. So next, we will discuss the impact of these issues on daily development and user experience. So first is slow dev production builds. First of all, the start time of the dev server directly affects the development experience, and the subsequent HMR module replacement performance greatly influence the work efficiency of developers. So for developers working on large-scale projects, it usually takes around 5 to 10 minutes to start, to do the code start itself. And a single HMR time is around like 10 to 20 seconds. So it really hurts our development experience. But for the production side, it usually takes around 10 to 20 minutes for our large projects. It usually contains around 20,000 modules in our projects. So the continuous integration is efficiency is quite poor. So we want to fix this. The next issue is the low configurability. Yeah, larger projects imply longer compilation time, so we hope to use faster build tools to solve the performance issue of each compilation. But the flexibility of Webpack's configuration is something we all acknowledge, right? But the tools on the market at the time we are not able to find a tool that satisfies both a high compilation performance and high configurability at the same time. So yeah, that's the second reason. And most of the bundlers out there, new bundlers out there, are lack of support for code splitting. And the ecosystem. And next is the ecosystem compatibility. First up is compatibility with common frameworks. Thanks to RSpec's great compatibility with Webpack loaders, in version of 0.2 of RSpec, we collaborated with the Vue team to support Vue loader. Even tweeted about this. All you need to do is upgrade Vue loader to the latest version, which is 17.2.2. RSpec and enable the inline match resource. You can see over right there. RSpec also have the native support for CSS bundling, so we don't have to bring CSS loader and style loader or mini CSS extract plugin all to the RSpec configuration. RSpec just support it out of box, as I have mentioned earlier. Actually, the CSS part is a feature that is originally supported by Webpack 5. So you can enable the experiment.css feature in Webpack 5, and you can get rid of the style loader and CSS loader. If you still need one of the options provided by CSS loader, for example, you can still use CSS loader and style loader in RSpec. It's really important to mention that the changes to the new version of Vue loader are completely compatible with Webpack. So for Webpack 5 users, you can enjoy the experiment CSS feature and the Vue loader inline match resource at the same time. And next is the compatibility with React. We know that the transpilation of TSX and JSX syntax is very performance intensive. So there are a lot of React projects in ByteDance. So RSpec was one of the first to support React. At the same time, RSpec also supports JSX and TSX syntax out of box, as I have mentioned before, helping to reduce performance overhead of the transpilation because the interoperation between Node and Rust is quite costly. On top of that, for that mode, we've also got out-of-box support for React Fast Refresh because when we are developing an application, we don't want to lose our state, right, when we are developing. So this feature is super important for React developers and directly affects how much joy you get from developing React projects. And third is Svelte support. Apart from the frameworks we just mentioned, RSpec also support Svelte projects, thanks to RSpec support for inline match resource and the good compatibility with Webpack's loader architecture. So Svelte projects can be bundled with RSpec with the help of the Svelte loader. And next, let's talk about the compatibility with commonly used loaders. As we know, Webpack has covered all sorts of web development scenario over the past decade, which results in a thriving ecosystem, which is a crucial part for open source software. Therefore, we decided to adapt to Webpack's ecosystem. We've implemented almost all of Webpack Loader's API in RSpec, with only a few remaining that is significantly impact performance. This means that most of the commonly used loaders, like Babel loader, style loader, CSS loader, and they can be used smoothly in RSpec. So we don't have to start from scratch to handle CSS files. You can use experimental CSS or use CSS loader or style loader, and Svelte files using Svelte loader. Also SVGR processing using a built-in asset processing. RSpec can directly use Webpack's loaders to meet these requirements. As I have mentioned before, we've also supported Vue loader. You can try it out. And second is the Webpack plugins. For most projects, the configuration and loaders provided by RSpec can already handle the vast majority of requirements. Most of the time, these configuration and loaders are enough. But for some complex scenarios, we still need the support of plugins. In RSpec, we also support a part of Webpack plugin APIs because Webpack has hundreds of thousands of Webpack plugin APIs hooks. So we cannot support all of them at a time. And some of them cause a lot of performance. But a lot of them has some alternative, such as HTML Webpack plugin. You can replace it with RSpec plugin HTML or use our built-in functionality of built-in HTML. Or you have to do, if you are developing some React applications, you can use built-in React Fast Refresh. And if you want to do some type checking, you can also use for TypeScript. Webpack plugin is compatible right now. And also Webpack Bundle Analyzer if you want to analyze the artifact of the bundle. And next, we are going to talk about how can we migrate from Webpack. Firstly, our configuration are as consistent with Webpack as possible. Basically, all configuration exists in Webpack 2. At top level, apart from the built-in field where you can write some built-in plugin configurations, all other configurations exist in Webpack. This means that if you write an RSpec configuration, just fill in the building part of the corresponding plugins, and that's supported by RSpec in Webpack, and you can get it running in Webpack. So running a Webpack configuration in RSpec is almost the same deal. And next is the support for TypeScript. TypeScript, as I have mentioned before, TypeScript is natively supported by RSpec. So normally, we have to configure the resolve extensions if you want to omit an extension. And the most important thing is to configure the module roles, because I want to process all the TS-related files to TS Loader. But for RSpec, this is a built-in functionality, so you don't have to do the configuration of resolve extensions. This is configured internally, and you can override this, of course. And the module roles is we have a built type called TypeScript. You can use that TypeScript build type using role modules, module roles.type, and configure the files that you want to regard it as TS files. So RSpec is basically zero configuration for TypeScript. And for CSS, due to we have ported the Webpack's experimental CSS functionality. So for Webpack 4 and prior, they have to use like CSS loader and combining with mini CSS extract plugin or style loader. But for RSpec, the experimental CSS feature is enabled by default. So there's it's almost like a port from the mini extract CSS plugin to Webpack core. So it's something like that. But so RSpec natively support this and already ship it with our first release. So you can use RSpec without any CSS configuration, but you can still use it with CSS preprocessors like less loaders or SAS loaders. You can configure something like this. This is for CSS modules. You can add type CSS/module to the configuration, and it is supported. The CSS module is supported by RSpec. This configuration is the same with Webpack, so you can also use this configuration for Webpack 5 if you're a Webpack 5 user. And also you can use type CSS for pure CSS files. And for more migration guides, you can check out this QR code. And I will leave 3 seconds for you to take a photo. Okay, let's continue. I think the performance improvements is most crucial part we have to cover now. RSpec is comparing the performance of RSpec with other bundlers. We can see that RSpec have a substantial performance boost compared to Webpack Babel, and about 5 times improvement compared to Webpack SFC. I know that there's a lot of bundler that is faster than us, but we might not be the fastest bundler, but we are definitely fast enough because we want our configuration to be flexible enough, and we want to have the excellent optimization ability for the production environment. So I think we are quite competitive, as competitive as any other bundlers out there. And we've also open sourced our code base for benchmark testing. You can check it out for the performance compare, or scan the QR code directly. Okay. Next is, let's talk about some business benefits in our company. We have 2 projects that originally took about 5 minutes to start in dev mode and only need 20 seconds after using RSpec. And originally hot module replacement took about 20 seconds, but with RSpec, it only takes around 1 second. So the performance gain are more than 10 times in both cases. Because our title is making our enterprise scale web application compile 5 to 10 times faster with RSpec, right? These projects, due to these projects are internal projects, so I cannot show you the configuration and the code, but it's basically contains a lot of LAS files and SAS files, and using having around 20,000 modules and 25,000 modules. So I think this improvement is quite huge. The next is the architecture and design. Originally, we have thought about giving up on Webpack using ESBuild or other bundlers to fill our needs. But in the end, we think that we want our configuration as flexible as possible and our optimization as good as possible. So we don't want to give up on Webpack. We want a faster Webpack. This is the reason that we built RSpec. And Webpack has developed over past decade and supports a vast majority of projects, including web development, node development, cross-platform, Electron, and other scenarios. Therefore, we don't want to give up on it. And this is the part of the architecture and design. The architecture of RSpec is born from Webpack 5. So instead of starting from scratch and creating a new setup, we want to adapt to the Webpack's ecosystem and its loaders and plugins. So we designed the RSpec's architecture accordingly to Webpack 5. So the overall compilation process is pretty much the same as Webpack if you have contributed to Webpack. It divided into almost 2 phases, make and seal. The make phase creates modules through a queue, then builds module concurrently, analyzes dependencies, and constructs a completing module graph. And the seal phase performs optimization analysis, do some tree shaking stuff, and creates a chunk graph. It also generates module IDs and chunk IDs, then carries out the code generation and runtime code generation. Eventually, these code will be combined together and emitted to the file system. And we make everything that is capable of running parallel. So the yellow part is what it's often a time-intensive part, a performance-intensive part. So we made these yellow parts running parallel, so it can save us a lot of time. And next step, we are going to support more widely used frameworks like Angular. Actually, we are already working on it, and add more plugins APIs, support more Webpack plugins. And also, we would love to see Module Federation is working on RSpec. Also, Zach is the author of Module Federation, is going to give you guys a speech on Friday. You can take a look if you are interested. And fourth is the lazy compilation part. So the lazy compilation part is all about compiling just a fraction of the use code to speed things up. And for persistent cache is a technique for all about optimization compilation time. We store a compilation result on the disk, then restore it for the next run. It's all about compilation faster on next runs. And lastly, we're also looking for good ways to be better. So we want more performance strategies and give build performance a boost. So there are a lot of exciting things on the roadmap of RSpec. And please feel free to join us on the Discord channel if you like, and approach us if you have any further questions. And you can scan this QR code for our Discord channel. And I would like to express my gratitude on behalf of my team to Webpack for the solid architecture and design, and SWC and its ecosystem for the well-designed parser generator and optimizers. Also, NAPIRS, which help us of the interoperation between Node and Rust. So RSpec cannot happen without these great projects. Thank you.
Any questions again? No? How about the community part? What if you quit IcePack and I'm using IcePack and yeah, how's your community managing?
Community managing.
Yeah.
Actually, we are welcome, really welcome for giving us pull requests or issues on the GitHub, and we would love to discuss all the features that are available in Webpack with you, because Webpack's features may be, we would love to contribute back to Webpack if we have any new features, such as built-in HTML support, I guess, in the future. So we are really open to the community, and we would love to talk with you guys.
Okay. Thank you again, Shuyan. Let's
Thank you.
welcome Anbu Mai from ULSys. I really like their sticker. You have a little cute sticker told us test user journeys, no HTML. Is that? Oh, sorry. Okay.
I think you should. Oh, thank you.
Okay. Let's welcome Anbu Mai for No Text Left Behind. Thank you.
Yes.
Which company?
Padlet, yeah.
For fixing my introduction, like him to do the self-introduction for fixing my mistakes. Sorry.
No worries.
Yeah.
Let me just set this up first. Okay. The link, right? Yeah. Okay. Got it. Do I select what device do I select? My FaceTime camera or what?
FaceTime camera.
Yes. Okay. Cool.
And then
That's it, right?
Yeah. And you also share your.
How do I share my screen?
You can enter the studio first.
Okay.
Enter studio first.
Enter studio. Oops. Okay. And
Nice.
present.
Yeah.
Yes.
Share screen. Should be okay.
Yeah. So which company are you from?
Padlet, Padlet, Padlet.
Okay. What do you? Let me search a bit. Sorry for the wrong mindset. Padlet.
Let me try to close it and open it again. Sorry about that.
No worries.
Yep.
Oh. Okay. So as Shuya mentioned, they have the view loader as well loader. So the creator of Vue.js, even you will show up on Cityjs on Friday. So we still have the discount for the tickets on Friday. Feel free to check the Singapore Cityjs website to buy the ticket. Could you please do a self-introduction?
Sure. Hi everyone. So my name is Vu, and I'm a senior software engineer at Padlet. And okay, intro time. A little bit about me. I was originally from Hanoi, Vietnam, but I've been in Singapore since I was 16 years old. So and I have a confession to make. I spend way too much time writing JavaScript. Well, exactly how much, you may ask. About almost 20 years. Not as long as some of the folks here, I reckon, but I think long enough for me to feel very nostalgic when I see this. Now, if you know what this is, you're a boomer. So this is front page from the early 2000s. And this is what I started out writing my websites with. Yeah, and looking at this, a lot of the young kids nowadays would think that, they call it, we are just raw dogging the code because there's like no TypeScript, there's no assistance from whatever. Like if you look at the web stack that we have nowadays with VS Code, with TypeScript, and with Copilot, it feels like magic, right? Sorry if I don't feature your stack here. Don't stack shame me. This is just what I use. Yeah, so if you take all this back and you show whatever this is to the people in the early 2000s, they might was like, wow, what the hell is this? So, but to me, back then when I was a kid, this felt like magic as well. Like back then, being able to create such a website out of nowhere, that was the coolest thing I've ever did as a kid. So I know a lot of you folks here write TypeScript on a daily basis. And over time, it kind of became not magical to you anymore. So I'm here to change that today. I will want to make you feel TypeScript is magical again. And I'm a TypeScript extremist. I'm going to show you through examples of a lot of cool types that I call here. So here is an example, right? Now I'm pretty sure this is a snippet of code that exists in almost everyone's code base. This is a simple function to localize the string by substituting in that thing. So if let's say if this was to be translated to like Japanese, then it would be like yokoso or something, event it, something like that with a name. But if you hover your mouse at the type, for most people, it will say like this, phrase a string, and the argument is an optional object with any key to any string, right? This is pretty standard kind of stuff. But we could do much better, right? For example, I can specify any bogus arguments into the second object, and TypeScript would say, like, oh, looks good. Or if the string does not even take any arguments, the second parameter would still, not be flagged as an error by the IDE. So what if the IDE was able to tell us exactly what went wrong and which argument it can accept instead? And also, what if there's no argument at all, it will prevent us from even specifying a second parameter to the function. So that's what I'm going to show you today. And here is what we are aiming to have by the end of this session. When you hover your mouse over that T function, it will tell you exactly what the phrase is, what arguments there are by automatically referencing or inferring it. Yeah, so that's not all, right? Today I'm going to also show you how we can automatically transform an object from maybe a snake case into a camel case. This is a very common use case in our code base because the backend operates on a snake case, but on our JavaScript front end, we want to use a camel case. Or why don't we have fun, right? Why don't we have a type that explains to you what the regex means? You can hover your mouse over it, and it will tell you, hey, it's a non-capturing group of any hexadecimal digit between 3 and 6 times. Yeah, so this is the level of craziness that we are going to aim towards. And I will dub this thing smart types. This is by no means an official name. I just came up with it randomly in a conversation with one of my colleagues. So we're just going to call it smart types from now on. Let's start with some building blocks. So the first thing is conditional type. Very simple. Similar to JavaScript, we have the ternary expression with the question mark, colon, and the extends keyword. So if let's say is number of 42, it will say true. And is number of 42 is a string, it will say false. Now let's talk a bit about the extends keyword. The extend keywords means that A extends B when type A is assignable to type B. Or so to speak, type A is a subset of type B. So for example, here you can say that number 42 extends number to be true, but the number does not extend 42 because it is the larger type, right? And also because a subset of a set, the set is also a subset of itself, so extend can also be used for equality. And so you can also infer types using the conditional type. So you can use, as you can see here, we can infer the value of that is returned by the promise by using the infer keyword. So now, as you can see here, if I hover my mouse over the test type, I would see that the type test is number because it's extracting the type from the promise. So the infer keyword is being used here to extract the generic value from the promise type. Now, with all that we learned just now, we can break down the string. So from here, you can say that extract name, we can say t extend my name is with a $sign and curly bracket. So this is the same string interpolation algorithm that we have in JavaScript. And with that, we can take out the last part of that string into t name. If not, we return never. And here you can see that extract name returns bool, which is what we want. And you can see here, returning never is a very common pattern. Usually people will return undefined or never for that false case, because if not, it doesn't make sense, right? So, okay, let's put all of this to use and try to extract translation arguments from a string. First thing first is you can see here, the type is very, very complex. So let's try to kind of break it down a little bit, right? So I have color-coded stuff for you here. Hi will match with the first any that is coded with red. And then inside that, we have the percentage and the curly bracket as literal string. And then we have $sign curly brackets to kind of infer that value within the bracket out. And the last part, which is exclamation mark, will match with the last any at the end. So now, if you get this, you only get name. But what's wrong with this? Can anyone spot? Well, in the interest of time, I have to skip ahead. So this will only extract the very first argument out of a string, right? Because whatever at the end, it will be matched with the last any, and it will just be discarded. If only there's a way to do loops inside of a TypeScript type. So here, recursive types come to the rescue. You can define a type that refers to its own self, and therefore doing recursion within the types. So this is a type that I took from React Native. In React Native, you can specify an array within an array within an array to like style a component. And it can't do that because of the recursive array definition right here. You can see that recursive array refers to itself within its own extents. So then with the recursive type, we can now see that there's a curious infer t suffix at the very end, right? And then we will then feed that suffix back into itself, into the extract translation args type, and then therefore forming a recursion loop. And with that, we can get events and name. So to just visualize the algorithm for you, at first, we'll match with this color code, right? Blue to welcome to, the arg, event, suffix to whatever that's behind that. And then when we go to the next iteration of the recursion, we'll start with the comma as the argument name, suffix will just be the exclamation mark, and then we're done. Now, what about restricting parameters? What if we don't want the second parameters to exist? We would do conditional parameters, is what I call this. So basically, you have to spread the second argument or whatever that's left of that function. And we feed it into a conditional type that when extract translation args extends never, meaning that there's 0 argument inside that translation string, will return an empty tuple. But if there is any of those arguments, we'll put it in a tuple that has a single object as the return value. So then whenever the phrase has a string with an argument, it will require you to supply something. But if that's not, it will be an empty tuple and therefore nothing. So quick recap, what we learned. Okay, sorry, forget the first point. I deleted that slide. But we have conditional types, type inference using extends and infer, and we have recursive types. So now for my next trick, let's try converting cases from snake case to camel case. Now, for here is the full algorithm. I'm going to run you through it so that it doesn't feel overwhelming. So here is the full type. If you hover over the test type, you can see that the string has been converted from camel case, from snake case to camel case. Now the first one, of course, the prefix will be matched with my, because our word separator is the underscore character, as you see. So TypeScript is smart enough to say, okay, I'm going to take the first string that matches the word separator and then put it into the red color. The green color will be the first character, and the suffix will be greedy, meaning that it will take everything after that. So from here, you can see that actually the infer will only take one at a time. Unless it is the last one, then it will take everything. Yeah. So this is how it matches and turn this into an uppercase, as you can see in the first one. So for my next one, it will be the explain regex. Actually, this is a giant type. I'm not going to show you the whole thing, but basically, it's just, you know, yeah, it requires a lot of brute force. But basically, yeah, this is how it looks like. It's not official. I just did it in like 15 minutes, but you can play around with it. Now try it on an object. So we've been dissecting string literals, but what about objects? So for objects, we are going to learn about map types. So you can transform, remove, or add keys to an object using the as keyword inside of the square bracket of the string. So here, I want to turn all the keys of this sum object to uppercase. I would say key K in key of some object, meaning take all of those keys are as uppercase K, meaning transform them into uppercase and supply the very same value into it. Now, if you hover your mouse over that, it will say hello, bonjour with uppercase. And here is the algorithm to recursively turning all keys into camel case. If you have been following the slide so far, this should be pretty easy to understand for you, right? If T is an object, we first check whether it's an array or not, because array is also an object in JavaScript. And then, if not, then we will recursively transform all the camel case keys of this value and also turning the key of that into camel case. Yes, yeah, this is basically the walkthrough of that algorithm. In our code base in Padlet, we heavily use Zod with two camel case because we also want to define the shape of data that was returned to us from the back end, but at the same time, we also want to transform them for suitable consumption on the client. And this is how we do it. Very easy to understand. If you hover your mouse over user, you will see the keys have already been transformed to the type that we want on the front end. Yeah, so when talking about smart types, some of you might take a look at this and like, doesn't this like, consume a lot of computing power? I would say, okay, yeah, sure. So for some pros, it can help you eliminate human errors, right? So if you can see from the translation arguments, it will help you to define, okay, if let's say you put some random key that is not supposed to be there, it's going to tell you, right? It also help you to reduce your cognitive workload because there's IntelliSense, there's autocomplete, so going to help you with that. But some cons, right? So I've only been showing you the types, have not been showing you the actual JavaScript function that's driving the value of these things. If you take a look at them, you will see that there will be a typecast from as using the as keyword, right? So whenever you do typecast, you know something is going to go wrong, and then you cannot guarantee the runtime value of that. It can also be hard to read. I'm going to show you some examples later. And yeah, it's definitely hard to maintain to untrained eyes. And sometimes you just don't need it, like you just need a normal string would do most of the time. So I would like to quote a movie featuring the most famous web developer of all time, Spider-Man. With great power comes great responsibility. So when using smart type responsibly, ask yourself, do you need one? You should break large types into smaller manageable constituents. I will show you later what that means. And you should also align JavaScript implementation to the TypeScript type so that when people draw the parallel between the two, they can see it clearly. And you should write comments for your types too. Okay, so there's the last slide. Here's the QR code to the Padlet of, okay, if you guys don't know what a Padlet is, this is a Padlet. It's kind of like a board that can show you a lot of things. You can upload stuff, you can show stuff. And here I'm gonna show you some, this TypeScript. Oh my God, why is it empty? I have no idea why it's empty. But I'm gonna show you some example of things. It's a bit too small. So in the wild, there's already some smart types floating around. This is from React. So sometimes when you write a video tag, right, you want to write a ref for it, but you don't want to like write out the full type of like HTML video element or something like that. You can say, you can import element ref from React, and then you can specify the string name of that. And if you hover your mouse over this, you can see that it's HTML video element because it's got that figured out for you. You don't have to do all of that heavy work anymore. This is some, I don't know why it's empty. I'm sorry, guys. I'm going to fix some of this links later on. Sorry if it doesn't show up correctly for you. Okay, I don't know why it's empty, but maybe I can show you some code. Yeah, this is code from our code base that actually transformed everything from, this is the other way around, from snake case to camel case. The algorithm is more involved because it involved a sliding window. But yeah, that is left to the audience as an exercise. So yeah, that is my presentation for today. I'll go fix some of the TypeScript stuff, but yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay. Any smart questions? Okay, thank you very much. I mean, like types is already, writing types is a headache to me, at least. Like I use TypeScript like crazy every day. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you all. I'm Mai from Padlight. Make sure you search Padlight later because say something about Padlight.
It's the best company ever. It's the best product ever. Come use it.
You got hiring?
What?
You got hiring?
Yes, we are always hiring, but you gotta be good.
Okay. Advertisement time again. Like we have 25% discount for this Cityjs on Friday. We got Evan Yu for his creator was Vue.js and Kel. He's the author of You Don't Know JS. I actually read the book. It's amazing. So also I heard some people will go not as speaker but as just attending it. Anthony Fu will be there, and the maintainer of Svelte will be there. So use your discount code Singapore.js, yeah, for 25% discount. Where is our next speaker? Okay, this beautiful lady again. Let's welcome Pradipa from Altka, and they still have the stickers on the side. I got the cute rainbow one. I really like this one. And she will bring us about secure your Next.js application beyond passwords.
Streaming, so could you join the
StreamYard?
the streaming? Could you join the
Okay.
the link? The StreamYard?
Yeah, I'm just gonna get the link. Where is the okay?
Okay, here we go.
Hello? Hello? Can you hear me? Hello? Hello?
Okay.
Hello. Hello. Okay.
Okay.
So this one is expanded version of the workshop where we did the demo. Remember, like how enable the biometric and all the stuff. So I'm just going to take you like how to secure application using the passwords, but then I'm going to explain what's happening under the hood. I'm Pradeepa. I'm a developer advocate at Okta, and this is my Twitter and my website. If you have any questions, you can reach out to me via LinkedIn and Twitter. So what are we going to do is the title says go beyond passwords. So the agenda is like why do you need to go beyond the passwords? What's the problem with it? And then if we have a problem, can we go passwordless? And then the other thing is like if it's yes, then how to implement it. And I'll show the demo, but it's the same as the workshop. So what comes to your mind when you say authentication, right? A simple login box with a username and password. Any application, any new application, if you're going to create it, the first thing they ask you is like in order to personalize your experiences or in order to deliver your content, they have to get your user credentials. So the most conventional way, which is currently we are seeing, is the username and password. Once you log in, a digital identity of you is created. So whenever you come back, if you have like browsed something and then there is a persona associated with it. So whenever you come back again and then log in with your username and password, an identity is created for you. But what happens to password? Are they secure? If you go to this website, I took a screenshot, I think the day before yesterday. Go to this website, have you been pawned, and give your email address. It can tell you what are all the password breaches your email is part of. Any your shopping account or in your e-commerce account, whatever. If you can just see, it can tell you like it never gets zero. That I'm sure like you would be part of at least LinkedIn compromises or if you have a LinkedIn account or the Twitter compromises. Sometimes I get a website where I saw the website is being like found breached, but that website is no longer available when they shut down. So there's no way I can delete my identity there. You cannot reset your password or something like that. So there are 12 billion accounts that are being compromised. So that's what it says. So you know what's the problem with the password. So I'll just take you a step by step. One, what happens is like if you read any data breach report from Verizon or Google, the most common the data breach which you see is the passwords. Passwords are the 80% of the problem. So, and what we happen to have is like on an average, a single user has like 90 online accounts. You have credit card accounts, bank accounts, you have shopping accounts. You travel somewhere, and then that happens to me. Like I travel, and then I sign up for the airport, and then I just forget it, right? And I'm never going to go back. So when sometimes it's compromised, then you will never know. So on an average, users have around like 90 online accounts. Can you imagine users trying to remember a password, 90 different passwords for the account? They tend to reuse the same password. So up to 51% of the passwords are being reused. So this is the latest Verizon data report. In future, it might increase. The number of online accounts will increase and the password increase. So initially, when this was the case, what has been suggested, which we normally see, right? Even now, the most common used password is password or QWERTY. This is the very common password. Now, I think they have also added guest as the most common used passwords. What's the problem with this password? They're easily guessable, and sometimes they are dictionary words like hey, hello, or welcome, or something like very common passwords, which you can just do like a brute force attack. So what's the solution which we came up with is that the security standard gave us something like, use create a password policy saying that use this many length of passwords, and then say have an uppercase letter, lowercase letter, have a symbol, and don't repeat the same symbol. So as it gets stringent, it's better. But does it solve the problem? what if you see the complex password that is getting created, either what happens is like they create a1 and then they put their username and then say exclamatory or at, which is again can be easily guessable. Or so for some reason, let's say the user is very intelligent, use the password manager or some online tool to create some password, they forget it, right? So what they do is like they write it and then paste it on the laptop. So it is which is like the most secure way, they think, or they write it in the, like it's a easily transferable thing, right? They couldn't remember it. So that's one thing. The other thing is like, let's say they try to use some first letters of or all the countries they visited or something, right? It is not guessable or something, and they can remember all the stuff, not putting in the post-it. Which we saw the stat, right? There are 90 online accounts. Do you think the user can create 90 complex passwords like this? They tend to reuse this. What's the problem with it? Let's say we are actually trusting another application. We are actually sharing the credentials. Say like, let's say I came up with this password and then I share it. Let's take an example of Google, right? We trust google.com that it does not store the password in plain text format in their application, and they are not sharing the credentials somewhere, and it's not vulnerable to any attack. So this is trusting another party. Say for example, like there was an application which stores your password, like a very plain password, that gets compromised. There are 90 online accounts. What they can do, once the password is compromised, they can try the same password to any sensitive application, like a bank account or credit card application or whatever. They can try to get your money out of it. That's called credential stuffing, because they're using the same password again and again. So now the security standards has come. They were had like, okay, now I'm going to solve this problem, right? They said like, so I'm going to state this fact. I put the slide everywhere whenever I'm going to, the next slide I'm going to say what are the con of MFA, but I put this here because it's, any MFA is better than no MFA. So you're at least one step ahead, but MFA is not very error prone. It's still vulnerable. What could happen? Let's say, let's take a simple example. Let's say there is no hacking or stuff. You log in with the username and password, you create an application developer, you put the user through another friction, right? Ask them to enter OTP. So the user will think like, why should I do this, right? Because all we wanted is like getting more engagement from the user. You want them to sign up, you want the application users to be there. So you create a friction.
wheel. And one of our products, actually, to piggyback on the last talk, is we have a silent authentication. So because we got bought by Ericsson last year, we have access to each user's carrier information. So they actually don't have to put in any passwords or anything. They can just, we can make sure that it's them by their phone information. So that's really exciting. That just rolled out a few months ago. So our goal for today is we're going to be building an application that looks kind of like this. So in WhatsApp, user's going to sign up for a video call. So we're combining our two low-code tools. The user fills out all the information about the video call, and then we're going to create a link for them, one for the host and one for the participants, just like this. And then obviously as a developer, you can embed that in your app so they don't have to click on scary links. But this is just showing the power of these low-code tools. Let's see. So I always like to start with the project outline just so everybody knows the steps. First, we're going to just set up the infrastructure. We're going to hook up our application to the Vonage Meetings API. We're going to create a WhatsApp agent with AI Studio. You're going to see this low-code builder that we've been building for a few years. And then at the end, we'll have that WhatsApp agent ready to go, just like we saw in the video. So just like any very simple JavaScript application, we're going to have an index.js and an env file. We're going to open up ngrok to create tunnels so that we can make those requests securely back and forth. Nothing scary there. Then we go to the Vonage API dashboard. We create a new Vonage application. So a Vonage application is something that you need to build for any time you're using one of our APIs. Basically, all of the magic of sending the SMS, making the phone calls, all of that is going to happen in the Vonage application. And then just through our requests, our get and post requests, we're going to get that information back and forth from the API. So here we go into the application. Sorry, it's a little bit small here, but we create a new application. Then we need to enable our meetings API. And then down there, it's very, very small. Sorry about that. But we have 3 webhooks. And basically, we need to set the webhooks where we're going to get information back from the meetings API. Now, 2 words about the meetings API. Anybody here heard of a thing called COVID? Okay. So if you remember those horrible times, all of a sudden, everybody needed video calls for everything, right? They were putting it in the doctor's applications and in the yoga studio applications, and basically everybody needed video calls. We had a amazing video API, and we still do, but what we learned is that basically everybody more or less wants the same functionality out of their video calls, right? So why give everybody 100% customizability, but also 100% of the work of setting that up? So basically the meeting API abstracts basically everything that you expect in a modern video calls. And it allows you to customize it, put your own colors, put your logos and everything. But basically, you just have to do a few lines of code. So that's what we're going to see today. And then also in a few minutes, I'm going to share some API credits. So you can play along with this when you go home tonight or this weekend or when you have literally nothing else to do. So basically, yeah, we put in our name. We enable the meetings API. We throw in that URL that we got from ngrok. And then we make sure that we have the backend webhooks, and then the 3 endpoints are going to be rooms, sessions, and recording URLs. So what the Meetings API does, even though it's very simple, it does give you webhooks that you can latch onto. So for instance, when a participant enters or leaves the room, when a room is created, when a session ends, when a recording begins, all of these different events you can latch onto and get that information as the developer. So you do have still quite a lot of flexibility to customize stuff. So in our index.js, just all of the normal stuff, we're going to import Express and FS and Path and body parser, all of the normal stuff. And then one thing we do import extra is the Vonage JWT library, which very simply makes JWTs for us. You can also do JOTs outside of this. It's just something we build because we use it for all our APIs. And then start to build our server, right? Just like any Express server. We're going to start to hook that up. So we call that, we're going to create a function to create that JWT. So in our env file, Here it's very small again, but we have something called an application ID and a private key. You get that in the Vonage dashboard here. So when you create the application, you're going to generate a private key, and then you put that information here, and you grab the application ID. We create a function in that index.js to create our jot, which we'll use in the next step. Sorry, in 2 steps. So then what we're going to do is start to actually create this application. So we have just one endpoint here. We have the post request on the meetings where we're going to create a new meeting. And here we're expecting all of the information we're going to get from our user. If you remember at the beginning, in the WhatsApp bot, the user tells us what kind of meeting we want. The user is going to tell us all of the customizations that we can do. So there's just a few things, whether it's an instant meeting or a meeting that happens in the future. So an instant meeting starts 10 minutes later, and if nobody joins, it automatically deletes it, so it saves you on billing. A long-term meeting is one that's going to run for a long time, but might cost you more on your development side. Then you also have whether the meeting is auto-recorded or not. You can choose between languages, so how the video, like the buttons, what language they're in, how all the user interface is, and then also you'll give the meeting a name. So here we just start to set up all of the information, prepare it, that we're going to send to the meetings API. So we get all of this stuff at the beginning from the user. Then we check if it's a long-term meeting, we want to clean that and turn it into an ISO string. And then lastly, we also need to clean those recording options and turn it into Boolean. And now when that's all ready, we have an object called toSend. So that's going to be ready to send to the meetings API. And then the last couple of things we need to do is just to use that function generate JWT that we created earlier. So that'll give us the actual jot with our application and key, token. And then in meetings API, all of the requests go to the same endpoint. It's this meeting/rooms. And now that we've prepared all the information, we're just going to send it in a post request, like we all know. Giving the headers, and then in the body, we pass those options that the user has given us. So then here, the last thing we do is once we get that request back from the API, we're going to handle it. So we're going to check if there's something in there called links. This object is where we'll have those links for the host and for the participants to join. So we know right away if there's no links, then something went wrong. If there's links, let's send it to them. And then if something else happened, let's also send an error message. And then I was talking about the webhooks before that we set up in the dashboard. So all of those events that we can listen to will also create endpoints that connect them to our Vonage application. So here, all we're doing is console logging, but here you could do more elaborate things, right? As soon as a participant joins your video call, maybe now you want to add them to an email list, or you want to update their profile in your CMS or something like that. So you have all of that available to you. Okay, so we got through the first low-code product, Meetings API. I told you, I know it's 8 o'clock, it's really late, so I'm going fast. The second product is our AI Studio. So this is really cool low-code platform that we've been working on for a while. And here I've already set up the application, so we're just going to walk through it. And just like any low-code platform, you see on the side here, we have our little building blocks. So entities, those are like properties, intents, that has to do with the NLP. Parameters are like variables. Here we have our blocks. So here we're building a WhatsApp agent, but you can also do voice agents, SMS agents. You can also build out the logic for an HTTP agent. So you could do all the logic here and then let the UI be through whatever application you want to customize and build it. Here you have some more advanced feature blocks that have to do with the logic. We have right out of the gate Salesforce integrations. This ChatGPT you're not really supposed to see because it's coming out in a month. But we're having integration. We're building out a lot of integrations with other applications. You can see here we have failover, live agent routing. So if the agent that you build here somehow the user doesn't like it, you can always connect them with your actual employee in your company. who can deal with them. Usually the low-code platform is used for either inbound or outbound customer service or marketing. But I've built really cool, fun little applications for a lot of them. So basically, our first block, we're gonna ask them, what meeting type do you want? Here we're gonna save it in the parameter. These are just like variables. We save it in the parameter meeting type, and then we give. We have two different. So we have a few different options. They can answer in just plain text, and the AI, why we call it AI Studio, is mainly for the NLP. So basically, we have a AI team in the office. I'm from Tel Aviv. They've been working for a long time to build these models specifically for customer interaction. So it's really good at understanding when people free-form text and understanding their intents and pulling out the pieces of language there. And here we're going to keep it simple. We're just going to give them two buttons. The buttons are either they can do an instant meeting or a long meeting. And then I'm just going to break it really quick, but just to show you a cool feature here, you have built in here already a tester, and either you can do it in the web browser or you can test in WhatsApp. So I'm going to leave the WhatsApp for later, you guys, so you can see that it really works. But here right away, cool thing is anyone, you don't have to be like a super seasoned developer to use the platform. Anyone can start to understand and see right away that it's working. So here we see instant meeting, okay, and then it has nowhere else to go, so it's broken. So let's take it to the next step. So here we have a conditional block, just the same as you write in code. Create your conditions, and then you can drag and drop where that flow should go. So the cool thing is we have in here a classification node. So that's also built on the AI, where if you when you allow your users to use like free-form text, the classification can you start to build out some examples of you know, for instance, if you had a bot for a restaurant and you asked, what would you like to order? You can start to really allow like many different responses, and then it will classify it to which answer it needs to go to. And people can put in things that are not already in there, you know, kind of close, but not really examples you've given it, and it will already understand like this is what the user intends. So that's a big, powerful engine here. So here we have our conditional. Again, we're going to collect another text. Just tell us the date. Cool thing here is that we use the date parameter, and sorry. So inside of AI Studio, we have different, you know, variable types like we have in code. I set this as a date, so it will automatically, I can write in there 4th of July, or I can write it in numbers, and it will understand that this is supposed to be a date in many different ways that the user can enter it. Then we're just going to keep asking it a few, like for some more input. Reply, we already saw it. Meeting name is just going to be a text. And now here's the cool part. So we have a webhooks node. So this allows us to build out integrations however we want. Here we'll do a post request to that meetings API that we had pre-built before. So here's our ngrok tunnel. So from the AI Studio, we're going to send a request back to the app that we created. And in here, we're going to pass in the body all of these fields that the user has given us. Just like you would in code, but it's a little bit nicer here. And then here with response mapping. So once we send that request to our application is then going to send it to the meetings API. It's going to create the video conference, and then it's going to send back those links into the app that we built, and the app that we built is now going to send those links into the AI Studio. So here this is responding to, this is mapping out that response, and then we're storing it in the local variables here in the AI Studio, which we then can use in our WhatsApp bot. So I know it's a little bit, it's very late, that sounds very confusing, but basically it's just a chain of requests back and forth, and so we'll be able to see everything in our WhatsApp bot. So I don't know how many minutes that was, but I basically just did the whole demo. So let's see if it works. First I'm going to try it in a tester. Let's do instant meeting. And then here, I didn't show, but you have different types of message types in WhatsApp, right? We're all used to sending locations, sending pictures, you can send files. So all of those are available inside of the AI Studio. So it's really powerful just with clicking and making a really nice UI. So here we have the different options in languages. Let's just say English. Do you want to record the meeting automatically? Let's say yes. Let's say Ari's call. Oh no, what did I break? I think I restarted my Embark at one point. Yeah, I think I closed my computer. Okay, so 1 second. Gonna have to update the tunnel everywhere really quick. That wasn't the right command. Yeah, we're from the hotel, I promise, right before I left. That's what everybody says. 1 second. Yeah, it could be also that we're at VMware and they probably don't like it. Let me check for my hotspot. Clarice, would you like to talk about the great things that you're talking about? Can I talk about the prizes while I fix this?
So we have a few prizes here. Stickers, notebooks, socks. So maybe you can ask a few questions. How was Dan's talk so far? Any more interesting answers so you can win some prize?
We have lots of prizes, so it really doesn't matter how you answer. Great, so that Ngrok works, or now College doesn't work. I'm sorry? You can see it in like 3 weeks. It will be live. Oh. Okay, just 1 second. I swear this works. In 30 seconds, you're going to be able to use WhatsApp to create your own video conferencing room. I know it's very exciting stuff. Let's see, what's the 2FA? So here we go into the studio. Let's update our URL to that new Ngrok. And then let's make sure we update it in our application. It's okay. Just in one more place so that we can also get those. Make sure. Here we go. Wait, this is the. Let's restart our server. And let's hope this works. So we're gonna fill out all our options of the doctor that we want to make an appointment with. Ari's awesome meeting. Oh no. Let's see. So maybe we can just do a really quick debug and see why it's not working. We can check our fetch is not defined. There was a weird thing here. My local node version needs to be updated. Something weird happened. So let's just try it one more time. Instead, English. Just say Ari's call. Haha! So if we see here, it says, here we have our guest URL, our host URL, and it's really ugly looking. But obviously, this is all going to be in the background of your code in your application. And it was 15 minutes. So we built an application, amazing. So if you want to use some of our products, we have API credits for you here, 10 euros, which will go a long way. If you sign up to that link, it will help me and Clarice keep our jobs, which is very important. So please, take out your phones, take a picture. You can do it later whenever you want. We have some cool programs for developers. If you are in a startup or you want to join a startup, we have a startup program which is totally equity free. We set you up with people in the company. We just try and find ways to help you. Use our APIs. Don't use our APIs. We just want to help companies succeed. Follow all of our great things on the internet, Twitter, YouTube. We're always putting out developer content. Our docs are great. You can see me around Singapore with all these embarrassing photos. Ken and Barbie, the Lion. If you want to see more of these scary photos, you can follow me on Twitter or LinkedIn. And we said we have lots of gifts, so we have some gifts here tonight. And we're going to be at the booth on Friday, giving away this awesome Lego. So find us on the booth and enter the raffle. And thank you, Sia.
So who wants the notebook?
Wait, Clarice, how many do we have? We have a bunch, no? Yeah. Okay, so she's gonna put them down.
I'm going to drop it and then the first one passes. Okay.
Make sure don't hurt anyone. Okay, cool.
Who wants a pair of socks? There you go. The pencil.
That's so good.
The pencil. No, there. You got it. Okay, thank you so much. Oh, who wants to take a picture?
Yeah.
So we don't have a Barbie box. But come and take a picture. Come, you don't want to take a picture together?
Yeah, come here.
Come, don't be shy.
Yeah. Come in the front, we can take a photo together, and after this, we can do some social if you want. Ask people their contacts, just feel free to talk to the person. Come here.
We have to say thank you.